Alright. Okay. See how this is. Lifetime report. It's pretty close. Yeah, what's up, Echo? How was the Splatzones tournament? It was okay. I felt like I'm miserable today. I didn't feel good. Like it didn't affect my play at all, but like I wasn't feeling good in the morning. And I'm like, this is weird. Like I can't pinpoint why. And then like after I did chores and stuff after the tournament, I like just started throwing. I'm just vomiting a little bit. I feel better now, but I don't know what that was. Anyways, Splatzones tournament went pretty okay. We played against Dude's team without Dude and with some other subs. And we had some okay moments. Like it was we probably should have been able to snag at least one of those games. And then in losers I think we ended up going like 2-2 throughout the whole tournament, but the team we lost to in losers they were solid, but we should have won. It was I don't know. I think I need to learn like Tri-Slosh. Like I think I just need to have Tri-Slosh for maps where we need a what's it called? Just like your Flounders, your Mako Marts and everything. Fortunately we were able to find like a sub because X-Ray couldn't play. So we had Crass from, I guess previously from Legato. I think they're looking for a team currently, but they played really well. But they play like a similar role that I do, where they're just they do a lot of painting. And I did not play aggressive when I needed to play aggressive. I was watching back some of the games afterwards, and yeah, there's little moments that we should have had knockouts on our holds, and in certain cases I just got anxious, in certain cases I didn't position properly. It was a tough watch. But some of the matches that we ended up losing, like they had, especially in losers, they had like a sloshing machine that was really annoying to deal with on, I think it was Mako and Manta. And they were able to hold ledges, and it was quite a pain. So that's something that I need to work on. Adapting with pickups. Yeah, I mean, it was 3 of us. It was just the one pickup, so honestly it was probably harder for Crass to play with us than us playing with them. But I always struggle. Like that's why I'm just so keen on having a team. Is because I I need a lot of reps to like feel comfortable with stuff. I am like the stereotypical like grinder. Like I'm very analytical when I play. Like I want there to be a rhyme or reason to like anything that I do. But yeah, like I don't know. Sometimes I really need like just a lot of practice, a lot of repetition to just feel comfortable. So overall, like it was a good experience. And again, I appreciate playing with new people. It was nice playing with Crass. I really respect them as a player. And definitely best wishes to them on their team journey. But yeah, I definitely could have played a little bit better. There's certain games I played like pretty well, I think, but you know, I'm sure we all feel it after any kind of like gamer series of ranked or whatever the case. There's always like a little bit of like, oh man, like I could have done this better. I could have done that better. It always feels bad, but on to the next one. Yo, what's up, Flaming Hot Fledge? I tuned into an older stream once and saw you squid rolling at a Splat Bomb Splash. Would it be alright if I asked more about that? Splat Bomb Splash. I might need more details. Do you mean like I'm eating? It might have been like reducing the damage from a Splat Bomb. Oh, let me go into training mode. Also, I'm gonna play Tri-Slosh. I need reps. Even if I throw in Tricolor. Who cares? I'm not gonna play for too long. I need to get to reviews, but I don't have to play. Yeah, I think it might be the parrying. But yeah, I can talk about it. What do you even run on this weapon? I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. You are? That makes sense. Yeah, I can wear the headband, Pog. But I need to build gear. I'll do this one. Can't change that. I guess we'd probably stick with some sort of... I have no idea. I'll just run the utility. You are Haunt Stealth. Gotcha. Alright, hang of it without accelerating to max speed. Oh, so you're talking about, you're talking about like squid rolling out of like this little bit of ink here? Okay. So are you familiar with substrafing? Like the concept of substrafing? If not, like I can talk about it. So if you hold, oh you are? Okay, awesome. Yo, what's up, Nia? Hello. So basically you need the substrafe out of like these scenarios in order to, oops. Like there still is a little bit of, I don't think it's really an acceleration period, but I don't know. There's a bit of a feel to it. But if you substrafe out of like wherever you're going, my mechanics are rough. Then you're able to kind of be like, you can use anything that you can sit in ink, you're able to squid roll out of. Holy macaroni. Another thing that is good to know is that when you're swimming out and squid rolling, you can go a little bit outside of your paint line in order to like there's a little bit of leeway that they give you. I'll try to get past the line. Like you can kind of see it there. Oh, not there. Or like right there. You can go past that ink like quite a bit. It requires a little bit of a feel. Yo, what's up, Rin? Hello. How are you? But when you don't have a lot of room to work with, that's good to keep in mind that like you don't have to like you have a little bit of extra room than you might necessarily think. Outside of that, it just requires a little bit of just practice. Like you can see, like I don't practice it a ton, so it's not a it's a mechanic you have to practice and get like comfortable with, so I'm generally pretty good with it, but sometimes I used to be like automatic, now I'm a little rusty in jail. Yeah, top of Scorch works for like zones and stuff. Yeah, no worries, no worries. If you have any other questions, please let me know. Happy to help. Speaking of help, I'm gonna go help the other teams win. Am I gonna play any Splatfest? I am. Oh wait, did anyone want to play? I didn't even ask. I'll get into a match now, but I'm not gonna play a ton of Tricolor, but I do need to get to whatever the rank is. Whatever that rank is. So if people wanted to play for like a handful of rounds, I would be down. Ruler, yes, yes, yes. Also, which team did you choose, Ren? Yeah, if there's any mint chippers that would like to play, just let me know. I can back out after. Get you in. Let's go, the mint chip. Love to hear it. Have you been farming other teams, or have you been donating to other teams? I've done a little bit of donation. And then I switched to Splash and I started winning. I was playing like random fun weapons and I'm like, you know what, I'm not necessarily winning right now. Votes are so equal. Yeah, I guess I did a good job. Mirror matches? Oh, interesting. How's the map? Oh yeah, what'd they do to the map? Wait, they didn't do... Oh, I'm so confused. Oh, okay, never mind, I'm an idiot. We're the team of 4. I was about to say, why are there 4 teams, but I forgot how Tricolor works. Wait, is that not our color? Oh my god. Wait, this is so bad. I have to turn color lock off, I think. This is bad. It's like actually like, oh shoot. I am not prepared for what's going on. I keep confusing the lighter blue team with our team. Yeah, what's up, boy? Hey? Welcome in, welcome in. How have you been? Okay, I'm just gonna say, I don't think that I can do anything against Hammy. Good to know. There might be some tech where you can throw it at their feet, but not I. People, when I watch, like I watch a tiny bit of Tri-Slosh, I need to watch way more. Oh shoot, no. Their movement between shots is like really good. I don't know, I'm not sure how they do it. Oh my goodness. I need to get some reps in first and then I can probably like, I'll get a better, clearer picture of it all. Color lock looks terrible. Yeah, it's bad. I might have to turn off color lock for this one. They gave me a blue and then like a slightly different blue. I don't know who thought this was okay. Also, I forgot I have this thing. No. I should have just pushed up to a plot. Two of them are spawning. This paint is actually trolling. I don't know why I thought they would double back. They did not know I was there. Goodness. I'm so bad with Tri-Slash. Yeah, welcome in the Reese. Hello, hello, hello. I feel miserable currently, but I'm doing well. I'm feeling better. But yeah, I woke up this morning feeling not great. Now I feel like the sickness is out. But now I need coffee. Now I just need caffeine at this point. Good job, team. Some bomb ass ice cream, nice. Have you stuck to eating mint chip for today, or did you just have some agency in what you wanted to eat? Also, the range of this weapon is really good. I think one of the things that I really struggle with is like when people are strafing and stuff. I need to work on that. Also, I'm playing on a lower sensitivity. I don't know if I should be higher for this weapon. I think I just need to focus when I'm aiming. I don't know how people... Maybe it's like a short hop or something. We're doing replays? Yeah, we'll definitely be doing replays. You don't have any? I feel yeah, you're good. Well, I had some yesterday, but you're totally fine. I do hope you enjoy your ice cream. Don't worry, it's not going to count against our Splatoon score. So enjoy all type of ice cream. Could you imagine if it did somehow? Like you turn on your screen, your game, and then you lose clout because Nintendo figured out you ate ice cream of a team that you didn't choose. Can't really push this. Oh, I thought they picked it up. I'm like, how did that happen? Okay, I'm not alive. Oopsie. No. Oh, I didn't change the color. I forgot about that. Honestly, I'm probably too lazy to change it. My movement is so bad with this weapon. I need to figure out who plays Tri-Slosh and just like watch some of their games. I think there's some good JP sloshers that have YouTube channels. At least there were back in Splatoon 2, but I don't know if they're still playing 3. Oh. I thought that would be funny. Oh shoot. Oh, I thought that was my teammate. Dude, the blue is too similar. They did not do the thing with Color Lock 2. They said that's for PvP, or like for normal PvP only. How did that not hit me? Fairly confident we got that. Hey, what's up, young Chris? Welcome on feed. Hello, hello. If you can submit it, if you haven't already, if you can submit it to the Discord, that'd be wonderful. Man, I haven't watched Mint, but I'm gonna watch it later. I'll watch it after stream. We're in the middle of doing laundry, but I can throw it on for the night. You're good, thank you, thank you. You my teammate threw multiple 10x's on accident, doing silly, goofy things. All Big Swig team, all Vlog team, all Missile team. I mean, hey, at least you had fun, you know. Actually, I can try. Let's try a few games with the actual colors. I thought I changed stuff. Yeah, I'm wondering if I should bump up my sense, but I'm not doing it now. Wait, where's the color? Look. Is it another screen? I thought it was in there. Did I miss it? Yeah, it's clearly somewhere else. Oh yeah, first thing, I'm gonna switch to V tri-slash. Just because I need to work on inkjet, so this would be a good opportunity to get some reps. It's gotta be somewhere here. Oh, okay, yeah, it's this one. Oh, it actually tells you. Yeah, no, the tricolor, the color lock for, like, sorry. Tricolor looks better in color lock 1 than it does color lock 2. How do people think that's acceptable? Alright, anyways, we're gonna turn it off. We're true gamers. Again, if anyone wants to play Mint Chocolate Chip, just let me know. I'm not gonna play too much more. I'm like halfway, I think, to Ruler. I think that's the next rank. I'll get the gold badge someday. So real. Need to go to the plaza? Oh yeah. You just have to go to the not equip menu. 3 grown-ass adults rolling on the floor. I don't know. Submitting now? Nice, nice. Yeah, getting used to its pain is very interesting. Oops. Oh, that's not a fuzzy bomb. Do. Alright. Wait, we're on the not 4th team. I feel like we're in danger potentially. I do like the color green though. I think this green's really nice. My ability to paint the base, however, is not so nice. Yo, I got directed. The bullet went through my screen, but it was a direct. I will not ask questions, thank you. I'm gonna say this. I'm having a hard time getting a good connection against this person. Please don't destroy the other team. I just want to win the game. I don't care if our team is the winner. One day people are gonna stop trying to inflate their KAs by killing their teammates. Certainly. Oh, sure. Certainly one day. I don't know why people still do it though. Especially when we're like getting crushed otherwise. Like it literally goes against their self-interest. Oh my. Oh, whoops. That did not hit a single person. Oh, nice try. Goodness. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for that. Oh well. Oh shoot. Our strawberry teammate's gonna go for the middle thing and then we're gonna kill them and then I'm gonna cry. Yeah, we're not winning this one. Yeah, I'm gonna remake real quick. I get irrationally angry at people that kill their teammates. It actually makes no sense. Live movement specifically so I can touch 6 players at a time and try color. You're so real for that. Yo, take care, Loaf. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. You think's gonna win the fest? Probably Vanilla, right? Oh my god, I went 1 and... Oh wait, never mind. I thought I went 1 and 10. I went 10 and 7, which still isn't very good. Probably Vanilla. I feel like Shiver's usually the go-to. I haven't lost faith in the other colors. I don't think Strawberry's winning. I've come to just accept that, like, people just don't like Fry for whatever reason. Wait, I didn't back out. I have this person on my team. I'm gonna cry when they kill our teammates. Alright, I'm gonna actually, like, kind of try and sweat a little bit, because I need to learn this weapon. And I need to, like... There's a certain way you have to, like, shark and play. Strawberry's not the best flavor, factually proven. Yeah, even then though, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just different. I will never kill a teammate. It makes 0 sense. Or the triple mirror match. Because, like, you don't... Do you win anything extra? Because, like, you don't even get anything extra if you're, like, the winning team, right? Like, if you're the winning 2 team? That was from Mario Strikers. We've all forgotten that it's a game at this point. I was so excited for that game, and then they butchered the online system. Like, the ranking system. All I wanted was a ranked ladder to grind, and they, like, butchered it. Oh, shoot. I will certainly remember next game. My bad. I will get you in. Do I have you added, Sons? I don't remember. If not, I can join the... I'll just make a pool called Mint. M-I-N-T. Eat my ice cream? Gotcha. I apologize. No, I thought I had Fizzy Bomb. I forgot which variant I'm playing. Oh, my bad. That was my bad. Oh, have you added? Oh, shoot. Nice. Ouch. Really, don't kill me. People are so mean. Ooh. Yeah, I knew they weren't in the curling bomb, but I kind of forgot that. It was a roller, and I'm not going to win that fight. Not close range, at least, I should say. I should have been firing faster. Shout out to Allie. The goat pub. I think we won. After a month, let's go. Alright. But yeah, that'll be the poll for us, son. I need to join a different pool for the tournament stuff today, so I need a quick second to join that pool, and then I'll make the lobby. I'm probably not going to play for too long. I just want to get to the ruler, so probably a handful of games. It's going to be more than a handful. This is not the right place to change your pool. Shoot. Tricolor games, I feel ya, I feel ya. Top 500. Good luck, good luck. Wait, can I not send an invite? Oh, there it is. Oh, nice. Let's get it. I'm still so sad that the links that they have are just for private battles and not for open lobbies and stuff. That'd be so beneficial. I swear this color like actually makes me hungry for ice cream. It's the one rough thing about the Slugfest. This color is Hatsune Miku color. True. 90% of people pro Chara. Pro Chara's got the nice mix of being a big, like a popular creator and also a very talented creator. So, I don't blame people. He's probably the most, like, has the most accolades. Wait, I'm so confused. No one DC'd though. Maybe it's because that person's name was Sigma. It's like a Sigma tactic. What is happening? This is not your average game of tricolor. I don't know what's happening. Oops. Me when I can't aim? Oh no. What? I went through it. I feel like these games have been so laggy. Might just be a me problem. But they do not feel good. A weirdly paced game. I guess I'll practice being aggressive. They didn't even try to back up. DC'd earlier. Gotcha. I feel like this last week it's been really bad for the connection on this game. Keep shooting over people in certain cases. I have to like track their movement better. I feel like I have to really focus, but maybe that's just the process of learning a new weapon. Because the hitbox on this thing is... Oops. The hitbox on this thing is massive. No. If that shot was the difference between us winning and losing, I apologize. I think we're okay. Nice. Yeah, I need to do more open stuff, for real. I just haven't had enough time recently. I've been like super busy. But I still want to get some video. After the stream, I think I'm gonna work on the videos. I have such a block on stuff because I start working on one piece and then I focus on the individual pieces too much and forget that like, oh, I should just get this video out. I'm excited to go through the process, but I'm gonna try my best not to throw. Oh, you already hit a ruler, sons. Let's go. Congrats. We're gonna do some creative painting. I'm ready to zip you. Oops. Ouch. Probably should have just kept focusing on the people over there. I hate using inkjet. Shoot. I like want the other team to pick it up because I don't trust them not killing me. But I obviously won't do that to them. Cool. Wait, they got both of them already? Holy. I'm gonna kill you if you're like pushing us though. That's my only thing. They're like trying to spawn camp us. Oops. Like just let me exist. Oops. I don't know if they're green or orange. Orange. Oh. I can leave my shots. Ouch. I'm not gonna lie, I think tricolor with Tri-Slosh feels miserable. I'll save this for other molds that I actually want to play it on. Oops. think we should be okay. Play Hydra. I wish Hydra was in a more viable state. I don't think it's bad. It's just like the game feels too fast for Hydra right now. But like I don't play Hydra, so it's hard for me to like truthfully give a proper analysis. But I'll probably switch to like Squeezer or something. It's a multiplier battle. Beating winning so fun. That's fair. Tetris is I would imagine it's a very fun weapon to constantly be playing. Let me... What do I run with this? It's probably just some speed. Honestly, I don't think I need the... I probably don't need the jump stuff. I can get a gold badge. Yeah, there's different badges depending on like how long someone is, like I said. The little squiddies. Alright, I have a question for you all, because like, how hard do y'all hold your controller? Because I noticed that over time, like if I don't catch myself, I like squeeze my controller like harder and harder the more like focused I get. But it's like not good to do. Like when I'm relaxed, I have like my range of motion increases, and like especially playing something like Squeezer, like it doesn't, you don't get fatigued as easy. I don't know if that's like a, I don't know if other people struggle with that or if people feel like they play better. 'Cause I definitely feel like I play better when I'm like relaxed. Wait, we didn't get the, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, that is not the right place. I'm lost in the sauce. Hold it hard. Okay, gotcha. How do people feel about the tricolor stage this time around? I don't think it's bad, but I'm like, I don't think it's for me. No, I'm so sorry. I did this. Wait, our teammate DC. Sorry, we can clutch up. Oh, they got stuck. Oops. No. Oh, not bad. Alright, maybe we're not winning this one. As a Hydra player, you're probably right, but I'm in denial. It's a cool weapon. I don't know. I like Hydra. I think it's just a little bit, it needs a little bit of love. There's definitely certain maps that it like feels fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to ping this way. I'm not toxic, I promise. I just press the button when I'm mashing something. Watch. I'm gonna say we probably did not win that one. Strawberry DDoS. That's true. They have my IP address and they're coming to kick down my door right this second. I'm just imagining someone knocking on my door with like a strawberry like suit on. But the little bit I played of Squeezer, like, it has more ink problems than I thought it would. I also don't know the best way to paint. I feel like people always paint with the long range, which makes sense because you want to extend your paint as far as possible, but it's like extra demanding on your fingers and stuff. It's a fun weapon though. In GL, lead my shots I gotta get better at. Not enough players. Love my secret weapon. Uh-oh. Alright, I'll remake real quick. 1 second. Oops. I have to work on fall off with this weapon. I like don't know the arc. Hmm. Oh shoot. Interesting. Ayo. Sons with the heavy, let's go. Yeah, it's a work in progress. Thank you for the hydrate. Speaking of, I need coffee. Before we start the reviews, I need to pop in some coffee. Well, coffee's already made. I have to go make it myself. Dave and Dave's mom. I love that for Dave. Honestly, it'd be kind of sick to game with your family. I never had that. Although to my parents' credit, sometimes they would like play games with me, but that was not their forte. Like I always say it, but like 1-2 Switch was one of the few times that my parents were able to all actually enjoy a game. Mario Party 2, like, or just Mario Party as well, was another opportunity for them to enjoy gaming, but for whatever, like 1-2 Switch was so, it was just basic enough that they can make it work. No, my bad. My mom only plays Mario Kart. Yeah, I feel like my parents could probably be better at Mario Kart nowadays because they have like a lot of the assisted driving. I tried that with them in the past because my dad likes like racing and stuff, like IRL racing. So I think they enjoy Mario Kart, but not like actually. What is this little dot here? Why is there a dot there? I'm so confused. I'm gonna practice. Oh, they already dropped. They said I'm pushing. I thought I had a different special. I'm really bad at using this up close. No, my bad. Sister and her husband play with you on occasion? That's super sick. Got your mom to play Splatoon 2? That's so awesome. I feel like Splatoon would be a nightmare for like non-gamers. Like controlling this game feels really awkward. It was really awkward for me even when I was like a gamer. Just like playing it for the first time. Oh my, I cannot aim. My aim is so bad. Aww. My bad. I still have to be ruthless because I want to win this game, but you know. The nightmare for gamers, yeah. I played Splatoon 1 with my wife, like, back on the Wii U, but she enjoyed it because it was, like, time for us both to, like, do stuff together, but it was not for her. Especially when I'm like, hey, apparently motion control is, like, better somehow. Like, somehow that makes more sense in this Splatoon game than using stick control, which both of us are, like, console shooter players. And I was never able to convince her to even attempt to use it. Which is fair, but, like, yeah, it's tough. She's an Overwatch player? That's sick. I wish I enjoyed Overwatch more. Like, there's a couple of phases that I've gotten into over the years where, like, I got super into Overwatch. Like, I think the game is super cool. And outside of all the yuckiness that happens with the Blizzard and Activision, just all of the everything that, like, all the wrong that they've done over the years, like, from a very basic design point, like, a lot of their core tenets with, like, Overwatch as a game, like, they nailed to, like, achieve a shooter that you don't have to be good at shooters to excel at. Like, they deliberately made that game so that you can, like, they were talking about it, but, like, they wanted to make characters where, like, you can be rewarded without having to, like, aim properly. And, like, that's, like, a core principle behind a lot of the different characters in the game, like the Mercies, the, you know, Winstons. You know, there's a lot of flexibility in characters like D.Va. Oh my, fall off. Oh, they're still there. My bad. But it's such a nicely, like, that game's just so nicely made. And, like, they constantly, like, they constantly give you, like, feel goods and, like, rewarding you for just doing, like, so many different things. I don't know, they nailed that game. Some of the monetization, especially nowadays, not the greatest, but for a little bit, Overwatch was a I mean, it's still a good game, but at a certain point, it was a incredible game. Oh, my fall off. I'm different. The fall off practice, it worked. Oops. Okay. Don't ask me about my Trizuka. Don't ask me about the Trizuka, please. That's all I ask. I'm moving too fast for my brain to process. I swear I can't see them through the ink. I have a really hard time with a lot of colors in this game. Like, for whatever reason, the vanilla is like really hard for me to see. Nice. These poor gamers. They're fed up with us. He said, please no bully. I just want to touch the little doobop. No. I feel bad. Agent 3 or 8? I'm gonna be honest, I'm really bad with Splatoon lore. Who's Agent 3? And Agent 8? Is that from the Octo expansion? I think Agent 8 looks cooler, so I'm gonna go with them. But I couldn't give any explanation as to why I believe that. But myself, I put off some stuff to midnight, and I'll manage to get myself off the couch to go do it. I respect it. By piracy screen in your head. Friend's husband doesn't use motion. Plays relatively regularly. Oh, silly. Respect. I think like sticks you can still like, be pretty successful with. You just have to dedicate yourself. I think one of the worst things about playing stick is if you don't claw, you're gonna struggle a little bit. My mashing is not there. Agent 3 would destroy 8. Special manipulation, insta-kill weapons on the floor. Wait, really? I don't remember Splatoon 1. Was that? Are there some next level stuff? It always amazes me the lore in these games. Imagine being able to aim, thank you. Oh, shoot, I thought they were scoring. Oops. Me when I'm trying to lead my shots. I am not killing this fish. The velocity on the squeezer shots are like slightly less than I am expecting. I just have to lead my shots extra. I don't know if I'm capable of doing so. No. I'm so sorry. I cannot aim. No. Thank you. No. I feel like mid is OP. I'm effectively not a character playing Squeezer, and we're still popping off. I know every scrap of lore about the game. Interesting. Not a fan of this map. Yeah, it's definitely on the lower end of tricolor maps. We hear bullies, yeah. No, I'm 7 away. Alright, I can do one more. I think win or lose, I should be able to get 7. Surely. I'm gonna play Rapid Deco and be annoying. Waiting for tricolor. I mean, that's totally valid. I actually really do like this map, but I don't blame any, like, I need to know, like, I don't know what I'm trying to say. I totally understand why people don't like that map, but I think it's a fun map. There's a lot of objects to fight around in mid, and for me that's really interesting. I really like maps that have like a structure on top of mid that you can like fight around. Like you can play on top of it, you can play around it. Like there's a lot of that on this map. But I only like it for zones, and it's okay in Clan Blitz. How it's set up. No, that's totally valid. I don't blame you one bit. I definitely know where you're coming from. I can't even actually enjoy it because it's like, it's just the frame rate issues are just like actually terrible. So I get 7 points for being in this game for 0.2 seconds. Sad. So much sadness. No, no points. No points. Oh, the video? Yeah, it'd be fine. I can take a look at it later. For sure. Although I will say a lot of maps feel way better without Inkjet. I've gotten tired of Inkjet. The way people are about Crab, I've finally gotten to that point with Inkjet. It is not interesting to play against. For me, at least. They had us as a 2-player, and then after the DC, we're 4-player. Let's go. Hey, they're not. Oh, oops. No, I'm dead. My bad. I'm surprised I didn't get the initial pick on the tent. Oh, I'm not in a good spot. Ouchie. Yeah, they're probably gonna get that. I take responsibility. These people are actually playing with, like, strategy. No! Aww. I didn't expect them to just drop out like that. No, I'm trolling. You have to be careful about that strawberry team. Oh, I need to. This team just continues to drop on their low. I need to expect that. Oh. No. No way. I just threw. My bad. Vanilla definitely won that at the end. I take full responsibility. MB. Do, 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 do. Average strawberry exists. Now, I'm surprised that people didn't choose this, like, as much strawberry as I expected. Alright, we made it. I'll probably call it there. We'll get to some reviews, but thank you so much for playing, Sons. Always, always, always a pleasure. But yeah, before I get into it, let me check my shop. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, we ended up, and by we, I mean me, ended up throwing at the end. Yep, absolutely, absolutely. I picked heavy. I mean, hey, the stats do not lie. The stats back you up on that claim. I can't criticize that. Alright, oh yeah, is there any of these I can use? 6, okay. We'll get these and then we'll get right into it. I think the first replay that we have is... ended up doing that one. Darts is the first one. Then I'll take my 5,000 one, and then we'll chill. Sketching Squid Beacon user. I don't know if I've ever used a Squid Beacon. I've jumped to them. I don't know if I've ever placed one. Oopsie. Alright, let's get into it. L7. But yeah, I have to say, when it comes to like my ranking of that tricolor map, it was not there. I wish they would take more liberties when it came to fixing up the map. Like, I think like thematically, like all the lights and stuff in the mall is like really cool. But like the actual playability, I feel like anyone that's played like zone, like any map mode on that map, like having to fight, like giving the enemy team full control of mid and having to fight out of your base is like really hard. Like really, really hard. I don't know why they think that would be like the right way to go about it. And they didn't even give them the extra room. Which like they couldn't really extend the sides because that they extended like a spawn area for the team of 4, but I'm not sure. I think some of their decisions around all of that is a little questionable, and by a little questionable I mean quite questionable. Rapid, make that go. Don't worry the details. S rank is open. Series sick. Okay, so series, if I can spell, S. Let me ping them 1 moment. I'll just put their full Barthavi in here. Okay. Alrighty. I think this had TC on this map, which is actually pretty good. Undefeated. Mo is the funniest shopkeeper. Wait, like in the Splatoon series? I'm not sure who that is. I'm gonna assume they're from Splatoon 1. Oh. Okay. 2 seconds just to get everything set up for me. Catch up. Gonna try it out in ranked after the fest. I've been enjoying it. Tetris to heavy would have been a huge switch. Yeah, it's also one of those things. So like, when you're learning new weapons in this game, I always say it, and I actually don't know if this is the order, but I feel like there's like a pyramid almost. I have to think about this more. Like, don't take this as like this is 100% true. Um, but it's like if you have this part of it, I definitely agree with that. Like your overall Splatoon knowledge is like the backbone of like playing the game. If you watch like if you have any top player play like they just need like a week of time or maybe 2 weeks, maybe for more technical weapons. But they literally just need like a week and they'll be better than like 99% of people. A weapon they've never touched. They play for a week because they have like good Splatoon knowledge. And they probably played against the weapon quite a bit. Or played with it or whatever. But like weapon knowledge is also nice. I don't know the order between these two. I think weapon knowledge is generally better, but some of the map knowledge also feeds back into general game knowledge. So it's like it's a little bit weird, but the biggest part is the bottom of the pyramid where like just knowing how the game should be played helps a ton. Thank you, thank you. Maslow's hierarchy of needs Splatoon edition. Basically, you have to understand how to play this game. But yeah, welcome in Tube. Hello, hello. That another defensive route with a defensive sponge or another route? Yeah, they need to give it more space for sure. That's like the only way that works. I'm actually running out of water, so I'm gonna get water. I'm gonna get coffee, and then we will get into the review. But we are gonna look at. I'll just say Darth because it's like the first word. We're gonna look at Darth's Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, which I really like. It's really good on on tower control in general. So, yeah, we'll see how it is. But give me 1 second, then we'll start the analysis. All right. Hey, what's up, Darth? Yeah, no, you came in right on time. You and your grandpa's dog are in an intense fight. Uh-oh. I've had that happen. Not with my dogs, but with the previous dog. It's usually when one of the dogs is like a puppy and they don't understand boundaries. And then the older dog is like, hey, this is a boundary you shouldn't cross. One of my dogs got chokeslammed by another dog because they didn't understand boundaries. They quickly learned boundaries, but you know. Okay. Anyways, yeah, let's get into it. Hopefully the dogs don't actually hurt themselves. So, looking at both comps, and just looking at this map in general, Rapid Blaster does a really good job because of the AoE. It does a really good job like stopping tower. I also think from like playing this a very little bit on my own, I think when you're sitting top mid and you're like, if your team has control of mid and the enemy team's like pushing out of their spawn, the line markers get a lot of value, like a lot of value. Just because you have like height advantage and you actually can hit some nice angles. And with a lot of these walls all around the map, having that vision is sometimes really annoying for the enemy team to like constantly be getting marked. So that's like a quirky part of it, but for the most part, you can be pretty comfortable sitting like up in this little window area and also in this bunker. Yeah, no, the aim is definitely, it's hard. My aim on it is really bad. But the one trick that I have is like if you can have high ground, which like if you're sitting on top of the tower or if you're playing like top mid or like playing up here, like if you have like even ground or higher than that, it becomes significantly easier to try and like hit your line markers. When they're higher than you, it's really difficult. It gets really, really hard. So, and probably not for people that play it a ton, but for someone that's played it a decent amount, but still need more time. But anyways, when we look at the comps, we have a pretty well-rounded comp. I think our heavy is probably able to just sit on tower. Like I said, we can sit on tower, but ideally we want to play off the tower because we want to like control certain areas. We can play under ledges. So because of our range, we can push around, like we can bully them off these areas depending on their comp. But when we start looking at their comp, we see that they do not have a lot of range and they don't really have a lot of threats. The Jet Squelcher does have a lot of range, but it's not a big threat. So if we swing like wide around here, we should be able to hit this corner, make sure that something like a brush, something like Tri-Slosh, like all these are really dangerous short range. But this map is open enough to where we can get info on where they're at before we swing. So there's definitely opportunities for you to like push past them and just like sit up here or something. You can drop back if you need to, but you can just continually bully them and like force them into a corner. But yeah, you should have a decent amount of paint from your team. This is like, but we have like a good mix of different weapons. I do think that like they are very scary close range. So the one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about when looking at the comps is that if we start losing, we can get snowballed on very hard if we don't respect these weapons. And that's one thing that Rapid Blaster sometimes can have a hard time doing. Is like if we're stuck here and they're like underneath us, we have to get creative with our angles to be able to actually dislodge them. Which, depending on the maps, there are good ways of doing it, but it does require like practice for that. So we'll see how it goes. That's exactly what happened. So yeah, that's just like the one caveat. I do like our comp a little bit more though overall, but it's the spiraling and like, especially at the lower ranks, which like S is not like a low rank, but it's still like outside of like, I don't know, like people are always learning the game regardless, but I feel like true discipline doesn't happen until at least X rank, but like deeper into X rank. What is? Sorry, my keyboard was like not leveled and I couldn't tell why. So yeah, sometimes like the chaos comps have like a buff in lower ranks because of that. I got this plus and can every season, but I don't do well. Yeah, that happens. I really liked, I think it was Cursed Electric. We did a review for them yesterday when they were playing Dynamo. And I love the way they phrased it, where like they want to be comfortable. Like they're at 1900 X rank and their goal is to be comfortable at like 2000 plus. And I think that's like kind of where you need to be, where like, you know, if you get to S plus and things start getting more difficult, it's like, oh, I want to be comfortable and be able, because once you're comfortable, because when you're not comfortable, and I'll get this when I'm in like top 500 games, like there'll be every so often I'll play against players when I'm really grinding solo queue, and it's like, oh, I've seen this person, like this Japanese player playing like their big tournaments, and like they're just playing way too fast. I was playing against Ku, I think that's how you pronounce her name. They're like a dualies player, and like Rainmaker. I forgot what I think it was Rainmaker on Eeltail, but like they shredded me. Like they absolutely shredded me. What does comfortable mean? Like you feel like everyone is your skill level? It is a very fuzzy term. I don't have like a great definition, but I think for the most part, being comfortable is like you feel like you can like think. You feel like you can actually make proper decisions. And you don't have this like feeling of being overwhelmed. You don't have this feeling of like, I don't know what to do right now, you know? It's like I can compete. I can, even if you're not because again, this is how I am when I play like when I get matched against top 500 and on Takaroka. It's like sometimes I feel like like depending on the map and the mode and like who I'm playing against, there's certain matchups where it's like I should not be in this match. Like I'm just getting outclassed. Their movement's better, they're playing faster. It's like every facet of what they're doing is just they're always a leg up on me. But when but there's sometimes where it's like, you know, I can think I'm like outplaying them and like things feel good. Like some of that's a lack of consistency on my end. But yeah, for me, comfort is just like I can start using my brain. I know how good they are. Yeah, I definitely get into my own head in certain spots. I give a lot of like I'm a very, anyone that has more skill than me or like has more accolades, I would say. And often they're often going to be more skilled than me, you know, like I still remember playing Kyo when there was one weekend tournament that Kyo was playing with like 3 top Japanese players, and we played zones on the first game. Didn't go too bad, but the second game we played zones on Undertow, and like we legit got spawn killed. I think it was Kuro. They were playing opening Gambit, and they ran into mid, caught one of our teammates off guard, and like they just pushed in. They all jumped into our base. It was a very fast game. So yeah, like it definitely happens, but like there's definitely a lot of people that I give a lot of respect to, and more respect than, not respect to them as like a player, but like I respect their gameplay and like too much. There was another review yesterday when we were looking at I think it was Clan Blitz on Umami, and there was like a tri-stringer top mid, and then the person we were watching, I'm so sorry, I'm forgetting who that was at this moment, but they like overly respected it and they didn't want to push it. And sometimes I like make those kinds of decisions where it's like I don't have the confidence to like take that push, or like I feel like it's worse than it actually is. instead of just not thinking and going for it because it's the correct play. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but you have to always go for the correct play. So anyways, a little bit of a tangent. So yeah, we'll see how this game goes. Again, this is like this is fast. And outside of just being fast, this is Team Chaos. How do we deal with chaos? We paint. If we want to combat a chaotic team that have a lot of like one burst, they can play very sharky. There's a whole lot that we have to worry about. Yes, exactly. It's order, and order is often paint. Once you establish control on a team like this, we're good. They start to crumble. But if they have control of the map and we try to play too fast into their chaos, things can get messy really early. Side order. Wait a minute. Nintendo, you didn't hear that from me. Your leaks are safe with me. I promise I didn't say anything. But yeah, again, playing on the window is a nice spot. You can get a lot of nice angles. Once you start getting a couple of picks, I think we move forward, which we're generally doing. Yeah, we're aiming our shots a little bit high here. Again, I don't want to be super nitpicky, but I do want to mention it. Is like, especially when we're not jumping, these shots that are up here need to be a lot tighter. They need to, like, we want to practice when we're aiming to like just clear the ledge. Which sometimes when you do that, you're gonna end up, snipe is another word for it. People call it snipe. People have different words for it. Back in Splatoon 2, someone called it window and bunker, and I never questioned it. But snipe works as well. So I want to see those shots over here, because they're not going to be affected by RNG, and these things are only going to do damage once these people fully peek out. If a lot of times people will be sharking like over here, and like the way that this thing kind of slopes, if they're sitting here and our shots are hitting this high, we're not going to be doing damage. No, you're fine, Sons. So I would be a little bit careful. Like, again, when they pop out, we're chilling, but if I get a gold star for getting the answer, if I had gold stars to give out, I would. And this is a good opportunity. I don't know if we assumed our teammate was going to take care of that person over there, or if maybe we thought they were dead. Maybe we just assumed that the whale's gonna splat them, but this, like, you just take a quick step here, and this is a free shot. This is like the perfect weapon for us, because they can hide behind this corner and it doesn't matter. We still get the splat. So even if you think this is gonna splat them, and in certain cases it might, it's really important just to clean this up. It should be very clinical. Gold star collection. Maybe I can find some gold star. The other thing that I mentioned before, I would be careful. And if you clear this person over here first, then you can swing wider. I don't like us swinging as close as we are. So again, in the situation, so we step a little bit here, and we clear this off for free. And then once we clear out that little area where the blaster was, I want us to swing this wider. We're long range, so our rapid blaster is very long range. Yes, I think this thing does outrange us. But in most cases, this jet is probably not going to be sitting on this end. I'm scared of someone sharking in this area that can splat us way faster than we're able to splat them. And when we have the range advantage, even when we're trying to like turn corners like this, it's especially important for us to, you know, if you have the space, just be wider. It's okay to be slower. Like, you know, it's better to take time and take a fight that's significantly in your advantage. Because if you swing wide here, taking, like, if let's say that there's someone sharking here, if you take this fight wide, you're at a significant advantage because they have to move forward in order to even get in range to you, assuming it's like the blaster or tri-slosh, which would be common weapons that are sharking over here. But we end up swinging really close, and if someone's sharking here and we swing close, we'll get auto, like we get one shot by this Luna here. Is really important when you have long range to be taking fights like that. And the alternative is true. If you were playing a blaster or something, if you're playing tri-slosh, then you do want to hug these corners tight. Because if something's over here, you want to be like, you want to close that gap. You don't want to go wide if you're a short range weapon. But contextually, you're a very long range weapon, so we want to make sure we use that as best we can. Yo, what's up, Spanish Armada? Did they paint enough? So in this situation, they definitely could have gotten paint there. And because the enemy team is like focused on tower, they're like they don't end up being over here, but it's very common for someone to be there. Unless you're referring to something else. Oh, blaster gameplay? Yeah. Yeah, and I like you. When we talked about the pyramid before of like Splatoon knowledge, weapon knowledge, game knowledge, this goes into the weapon knowledge. We know there's someone over here, and I like that you back out. Like you back out so that you can hit over the sledge with the tail end of your blast, which has the AoE. But we don't know what this range is. Like we're still too close to this wall. And I want us to be a little like, that's something that we need to work on. And again, you can totally sit in recon and just like all of these little objects around the map, we can just practice on like understanding what those ranges are. So like if we're going to hit this, where do we have to sit? Over here. And figure that out. We probably should be like back here or something. Oops. Probably like back here to like be able to hit that. You know, what are common areas? Like again, like all this stuff top mid where I want us to aim a little bit lower. We can practice sitting here, and just aiming for this at different elevations and get comfortable at doing that and figure out how to do that. Same thing being over here. You know, if you're shooting someone that's like sitting over here, back here. So if there's someone sharking back here, like where do you have to sit in this area to be able to hit them at like max range? And I think that's a good practice thing that you can do in like that's something you can practice yourself in recon mode. Because this brush shouldn't be able to get out of that corner. They should be able to back out, but they shouldn't be able to push forward in the corner. And we need to be careful. But again, max range on tower. This is why we pick blaster on these maps. I would not be as focused on tower as you are now. We're a little bit too comfortable in mid, like watching tower. Nice job. Yeah, once you're in engagements, you're doing a good job of like spacing yourself. I do play a lot of turf. It's usually how I learn weapons. Awesome. So yeah, just keep at it. Yo, what's up? Shinx Gaming? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it's something that you'll learn over time on all the different weapons. But if you want to accelerate it on specific like if there's specific maps, like this map, because of all the weird elevation, I'm very uncomfortable on. So when I learn a new weapon, I usually have to go into Humpback specifically to like test out ranges and how to aim. Because it just feels so awkward on this map. So we get them off tower. That first pick is really good from us. Second pick was a little bit scary, but once we backed up, we're chilling. So the one thing that I want to mention here, and like if you know that there's not a like, because your team controls like basically all this paint, it's very unlikely currently that someone's sharking over here. But this feels like an autopilot. I'm just moving forward and I'm going to try to get them off the tower. And realistically, as you play against higher ranked opponents, they're not going to be sitting on tower on this spot because their team's at a disadvantage. They need to stay alive. And realistically, something like Brush, like Jet probably would be playing up here. Maybe they like play wide over here or something. Or maybe they even like maneuver over here. But something like a Brush or like a short range shooter or like Blaster or anything, they're going to find alternative ways. If you're sitting in mid, you have to worry about too many angles. So yeah, just one thing to consider, like sitting on mid here is just very dangerous. Like even if you like, I don't mind you wanting to poke at this, even though in most cases they won't be on here, but if you see them on the tower, I'm fine with you poking it, but I'd rather you like position yourself somewhere like here and hit them so that they can't, because when you're in mid, they can flood you from like this way. You can fight them up top. They can flood you over on the other side. But if you like played down here, for example, and there's probably better angles. This is where I would need to work on it. But like they kind of have to hit you from like the same angle. No one's gonna flank from like all the way around here. Not yet, at least. Or alternatively, you could play over here and do the same thing. But, you know, if you're playing over here, you have to, there's a certain window of like these people swimming in and potentially attacking you. So you have to keep that in mind. So it's probably generally a little bit safer to play closer to your side than playing over here. Probably safer to do it over here, but either way is totally fine. But it's something just that we want to be careful of. Like it's important to control mid, but if we're kind of like by ourselves and stuff, especially if we're like super focused on on the tower and we're just like shooting blaster shots and like if anyone's around it, we'll do damage. But when we show our position like this, it just puts us in a very potentially dangerous situation. So it's just one thing that I do want to mention. I need to get out of the habit. Yeah, no worries. It's something that I want to make sure that we're talking through. Yeah, because even right here, it's good we get this pick, but even right here, like we know that the enemy team is around tower. So we know the enemy's around tower. Taking this fight right here is very scary. I think just because someone can drop down on us at any moment. Like one shot is totally fine. That second shot's okay, you know? But we really should be like fully repositioning and we'd probably have to like drop almost. We do get the pick because they're not pushing on us, but again, if someone was like watching, like if there's like a Tri-Slosh or even a like if any of these weapons are on tower and they focus on you, which yeah, rain means it's probably Jet. I would be careful. Like we do want to get this pick. Like your awareness to like swap over here for that first shot is good, but after that we need to be careful about like this person that's potentially on tower that's looking at us. So that's usually where like you want to focus your focus staying alive over focus on getting a splat. Like it works out here, but it's again the habit that you're going to get punished for as you know, play an S plus, for example, and you play against people that have like some better awareness. They'll see your blaster shots and like be like, oh, this person's here, and if you just keep shooting in another direction, they'll look to punish you. I think same thing. Like we're getting very tunneled onto looking at the tower. Like we don't need to get them off the tower the second. They have to get through this entire checkpoint. And it goes back to like knowledge of what's going on. So if we pull it back a couple of seconds, like we end up dropping here, I guess potentially to like want to fight in mid. Our teammate goes down, like we have less numbers, like 3v4. So I don't love us dropping and trying to like fight in mid because it's a little bit dangerous. And if they're moving the tower, we know that it's going to stop at this exact location for an extended period of time. And on this map, for this first checkpoint, there's a lot of really good spots for you to sit in. You don't have to sit in this very compromised position to try to do or technically towers like here at the time, but you don't have to sit in this very compromised position because you allow these short range weapons, not this one, but the other three, you allow them to just do what that blaster did. I panic when they're on tower. Yeah, no, for sure. So focus when it's stopped. Fighting around checkpoints is generally a good strategy to do. I think when it's still moving, like there's definitely times where you can take it. Again, it just depends on your positioning. Even if the tower stopped here, I don't want you, like if tower's here, like this same play is still really, really, really bad. Because it allows for the Luna to just like drop on you. Or like any of these weapons have an advantage. You're giving them height advantage. On first checkpoint, you have really good angles over here. You can attack it from this way. You can play all the way over here and attack it this way. Like you have a lot of room to maneuver. And they can't like catch you off guard. They can't drop on you from either of these angles because you have height advantage. And you have the range to be able to poke at this. And this is how you can flex your range. Dropping on the enemy team in these situations you're bringing the fight closer to them, and these short range weapons that you have a significant advantage on, they now have the advantage on you because they can do more damage in that short range. And again, like when you know you're in a fight, you do a really good job of spacing. If you see a blaster and they're looking at you, you're like, okay, I'm going to back out. I'm just going to, hit them for my max range and I'm never going to take damage. And you do that really, really well so far. It's just whenever we throw the objective in the mix, yeah, I think you panic a little bit and you have this feeling that like, I need to get them off tower immediately, which is not the case. We can very comfortably stop them on first checkpoint by standing in either of these types of positions and just poking at the tower. If you're in a spot, so if it was like let's say it was a 4v1 or whatever, and you're the last one, depending on their comp and like how they're playing it, you may be able to get shots on the tower, but it's also okay to just give up the first tower, Like in this spot, we're not giving up first tower. We have enough strength to be able to fight for it pretty safely. But, if you're in a spot that's so bad that it's like, we have to just give up first tower, that's fine. Our first checkpoint, just give up the first checkpoint. Let's maybe get our special. Let's, if we had to drop for whatever reason, let's jump back out, use that time to reposition back onto our high ground and use our high ground to end up taking a fight against the enemy team. We put extra pressure on ourselves to stop the objective now. And that's what's going to cause this type of issue. And then once you go down, the rest of your team has a really hard time. Take it slower. Yeah, for sure. Because the other thing, when it comes to your comp, you do a phenomenal job. You're like S+ value when it comes to stopping the tower. The rest of your shooter weapons do not have that same luxury. Like this is probably like, we have bombs, but like Zap's probably like, I don't know, like C, maybe like B. Could be like, I mean, a B+. Somewhere like C or B because they have a suction bomb, but they have a really hard time getting people off tower. Heavy is probably like maybe B+, because it has good range, but it has a hard time hitting people that are like playing around the pole. And then same thing here. It's probably like, I'd say like B minus. This is B. I don't know. These are very arbitrary. Don't take these numbers as meaning anything. Don't put this on a tier list. But just contextually, you have a significant, like you're significantly better than the rest of your teammates on dealing with tower. So when you go in and go for a risky play, your team does not have an easy way to stop the tower now. Which they should be able to play it slow, and like when you go down, if they're not in a position to be able to stop it with bombs, they probably just give up the first checkpoint and then y'all regroup. But, you know. I do notice it's easier to defend than push. For sure, for sure. All this is good, you know. You're staying in those spots that I was talking about to defend the first checkpoint. Again, we can prioritize our life versus prioritizing getting the kill immediately. Super minor. Once this person's already jumped, I'm backing up. If they're sitting on this rail, I'm okay with like poking at them once. But anytime you see them like getting off of the rail, especially since we just splatted, like again, there's a good chance that it's one of these chaos weapons, and all of them destroy us in this close range battle. Because gravity is going to take over, and then they're going to be a lot, like this battle gets closer and closer as they start falling, and we need to like, you know, keep extending that range. And I think you were ready to back up there, but you're like focused on getting that type of pick. Hitting those shots are really hard. Yeah. And again, we try to take a close range fight. I'm not going to stop every single time, but it's a constant pattern. If we see this person, we don't have to jump this way. Like we're jumping off of the ledge and then we're like swinging our camera. And now we're in a spot where we can't AoE this person. We have to like directly hit them. So in these positions, we can keep shooting and keep staying on the rail is one idea. We can also jump onto this ledge and hit this shot, and we should be able to hit them with our AoE. Like, I love that you're helping, but we don't want to be in like a close range shot. Because this Luna should never have an opportunity to splat you. And you do a nice job hitting the direct, but if you don't hit the direct, you get one shot there. And a very easy splat for you now becomes like detrimental. And again there, we're too focused on getting the splat and not focused on staying alive. Like we don't need this, we don't need to get this pick. We can look to reposition to defend the tower. Like poking from this area is totally fine. We might want to start looking to reposition. Like with two of our teammates down, in this spot, we know the tower is gonna move over to this first checkpoint. So I would rather us like jump out or maybe jump to a teammate if they're over like closer to this left side. But we need to start getting into position, either be up here or over here, defending when tower gets onto the first checkpoint. Because on most map modes and in different scenarios, like you playing this type of play is totally fine. Once they start shooting back, we probably should be repositioning. But either way, like on a more macro scale, I don't want us to take this type of fight. It's important for us to focus on like the bigger picture. We don't need to get picks here. We need to be in position. Like tower control is like a game of like timing windows. Everything is like you need to be in this position at this time, you know, depending on where the objective is. So like helping your teammate out here is good. I don't know where your other teammate is. Yeah, your other teammate's over here. I don't know what they're doing as well. So if I'm you in this spot, I'm just going to jump out. Because it's too risky. You want to get over here. It's too risky to go through mid. And the fastest way, like the fastest way in this situation to get up here, to get over here, is just jump out and then swim back into one of these positions. And you should still make it to either one of these spots before tower ends up getting onto checkpoint, which that should be your end goal here. Paying attention to other people's deaths and specials. Yeah, that's something that's like a whole other thing that definitely takes some time, but that information definitely helps. It's something you'll want to kind of work on top of all of this, but it's important to know that we don't want to stop the tower here because it's like A, it's going to fully stop here, which makes it easier for us to hit our shots. But B, like these people have height advantage, and as we're like poking at them, we're having to take like we have to take like a fight that is not at our elevation. Whereas again, if you take a fight here to tower, or if you take a fight over here, we either have a slight range, like we either have a height advantage or we're at like even level as them. So yeah, it's something that you'll understand over time, but again, just kind of to plant the seed. It's a technical concept, but jumping out when you're not immediately under a threat is an important concept to understand. We need to jump out because it's the fastest way to reposition to where we need to go. So I just need to jump out because I have to move. I'm no longer useful in this spot. And yes, we can swim this way to get there, but all of these short range weapons will chew us up if they find us. So yeah, don't be afraid to jump out. It's a lot faster than you dying and respawning, and then, while you're respawning, they're able to take control of this side, so it makes this match a lot harder on us. Do a room tour. Honestly, I don't have a lot of interesting stuff. Do I keep drop roller and jump gear for things like this? No, you don't need to. Drop roller is only really needed if you're like playing a recall weapon, or like outside of jump-ins, you're recall. You don't need to, because if you jump back to your base, like they can't see that, like you're jumping back and then you're like swimming in. I think having quick super jump is nice. Like if you have quick super jump, like 1 or 2 subs, I would say at least 1 sub on basically every type of gear that you have. It's usually a safe bet to have 1 sub of quick super jump, because it just like greatly reduces the amount of time. So if you are under pressure, it helps you like get out faster. It's like a significant difference. Some people don't run it for very specific reasons, but I think it's not bad just in general to have. But yeah, you don't, drop roller doesn't really help. You can run stealth jump if you want. Stealth jump is nice, but the playstyle that you should be playing a lot of times with this weapon, you shouldn't need to be jumping in. So it's probably more valuable for you to have something like swim speed, or maybe even special charge. Because like whale's really good. Special charge isn't bad to have, but like swim speed's never bad because you constantly need to reposition with this weapon. We've had like a lot of the things that we've talked about so far is you needing to reposition from one place to the other. Sometimes it requires you to jump out, but whether you're in a pinch or if you're getting pressured or you just have to rotate a large distance, that's when speed comes in handy. Oof, as a good bomb by them. Should I keep the respawn gear? Respawn up? Wait, what's respawn up? Wait, what is that? I don't remember the gear off the top of my head. Is it like the special? Yeah, definitely wouldn't run QR. Yeah, don't run QR. You just like run swim speed. Swim speed's really good on this weapon. I usually run a lot of swim speed and special charge, but mainly swim speed. So that would be my focus. You can run some main saver up so you can get more shots out, But swim speed is that's like the golden gear on this, just because in between your shots, you're always going to be repositioning. So definitely focus swim speed when you're playing this type of weapon. It'll help you like fix the distance. Gotta fix that. Yeah, you're good. Again, it's not the biggest deal, but just while we're on the topic and while you're asking it. The thing that I want to focus on here is that we're too focused on the tower. When someone jumps off the tower like this, we have to worry about what's happening on this left side. We have to think about priorities. When we're sitting in a nice spot and we can look at tower, it's good to put priority on tower because we do a good job of stopping it. But once we see like a special over here and we see people dropping to the left, we need to change our attention. Tower is not the most important focus now. Because even if we get a pick on tower, if they swim behind us and like if we get one on tower but they get us out of this position, that's a bad trade for us. Because again, now we don't have anyone that can like watch the tower, and we potentially give up this area, which is really, really bad. This is what snowballs this into a bigger push. I get them, I believe. Gotcha. But even then, even if you do get this pick, it's not worth it. And when you start like dropping in the mid, this is just bad. This is like this is too risky, too dangerous, and we're not prioritizing what we need to be prioritizing here. We need to be working with our heavy to clear out this area over here. We need like when we see the person jump off tower and start moving over here and they have rain over here, we need to change our attention and focus on the more incoming threat. If they're sitting in mid and someone's on tower, then like, yeah, go for tower. Once they start looking to close the distance on us and start pushing us, we need to change our focus from being over here and move it over here. So I'd probably like, don't like back away from the sledge and then focus our attention here. Just make sure that we keep ourselves safe. When we play backline weapons, it's more important for us to stay alive than to get that splat or whatever. Love destroying backline with Zip. Zip's a cool special. I like it a lot. Because again, we're overly focused on the objective. We have plenty of time, but we need to make sure that we keep this clear. We can't just always trust that our teammates are going to get this, because again, our weapon does a really good job of hitting these people that are sharking around the other side of the ledge. And we're just too focused on tower. And we can see that like they don't push it. Like this Luna could totally be sharking over here. They didn't need to go back into the tower. But we've given up this entire area. Because when you drop down to focus on tower, that leaves your heavy by themselves and they have like multiple people pushing your heavy. And then now, because you dropped and because your heavy is down, now the enemy team can take this area. And if they take this area, you no longer can stop this first checkpoint. Technically, you can like play over here and try to stop it, but it's super uncomfortable. I just quickly want to go back and just show that whole play just in motion, just to see the consequences of our actions. So your heavy's able to get one play. Again, they play close. They didn't even need the swing. But, you know, instead of going wider, they're like swimming closer and then they take a close range fight and then they make that mistake. But, you know, even with them getting two, they end up trading that person and then now this whole area is exposed. And this person's too focused on objective. Their Luna's too focused on objective. They should be up here sharking in this area. And when your heavy starts dropping again, the Luna could be there to punish them. Oh, I didn't even see what happened to you in that situation. Did you end up getting spotted, I guess? Let me double check. So yeah, we end up dropping on the tower. Yeah, now we have to take these awkward fights against the enemy team. Oh, this is where we died to that bomb. Again, nice bomb by them, but yeah, we don't want to take these fights where we're not at a height advantage. It's a very difficult play for you. And again, we get the stop, but we don't need to like drop to get that. I love when someone zips at me because it's a free kill. Leaders fear me. Oh, whoops. I didn't back up enough. Like, I know we're scared of the hammer, but we don't want to compromise our position. Like, in this type of spot, we have to put this whole situation into perspective. You're focused on stopping this as fast as possible. The tower is going to stop in this spot. And when it stops in this spot on the second checkpoint, we can hit it from over here. We can move over this way and hit it over here. You know, we can potentially like move up here, but it's kind of risky. But there's a lot of opportunities for us to be able to hit it. But you're trying to fight it when it's in the like pit area. It's not really a pit, it's the trenches, I guess. Our trench. And when it's pushing through this way, it forces you to like have to drop. And like the thing we need to recognize is that when we're playing a backline weapon, anytime that we drop, it's like a massive commitment. Like it's a massive commitment. Because if we want to get back onto high ground, we have to like jump. Or we have to take this very exposed route on top of this block to get there. And we want to avoid having to drop whenever possible. Blaster's a backliner. It's like midline, I guess. A lot of times it'll play in a comp with shooters and it's effectively like an anchor. But again, the roles are going to be very flexible in a lot of spots. You're not going to be like frontlining, if that makes sense. Like you're not going to be playing on the front lines. You're going to support your front line. But in most situations, you don't want to be like throwing yourself into like the scramble fights. If you can hold high ground and just play from high ground, it's much better to do that. Especially with the Rapid Blaster Pro, it has a lot more range, but you can't one-shot. So like a vanilla blaster can like that has to play aggressive because it has shorter range, but the benefit is that you can one-shot if you direct. It's the same thing with the range blaster. Like range blaster can be more aggressive, partially because it has really bad ink efficiency issues on top of the myriad of other issues that it has. But it has longer range, but it also has the capability to front line because it can one shot with its blaster. Thought it was front. No. Like in certain spots you can play more aggressive, but you want to. Again, it's a flex weapon. In this kind of comp, like you're not the dedicated backliner, but I would stay on your. So if we look at this from a higher ground perspective, you want to stay up here as much as possible. Again, for like when tower's on the first checkpoint over here, you want to be either over here or over here, almost always. When tower's on second checkpoint, we either want to be like here. Let me erase. When tower's on second checkpoint, we can either be up here potentially, over here, or we can potentially play it from over here. Again, this is a little bit scary, but at least we have some height over here. And we can also like, again, depending on our comp and depending, like sometimes we can flex and play a little bit more. Like sometimes we can play this kind of position, but especially when the enemy team is like in your back line, it's like they just hammered in and like you move over here to dodge the hammer, perfect. But once this hammer starts looking at someone else, or once it's like almost done, instead of dropping and focusing the tower, we want we want to keep control of this side of the map. Blaster as a class varies. The shorter range blasters like Luna and Clash are definitely frontline. Rapid's definitely closer to backline than frontline. Yeah, for sure. A lot of times on like, if you play TC on like Inkblot, if neither team has control of the tower and people are fighting in mid, a lot of times you'll see Rapid Pro decos, they'll just sit on their own plot. And they can fight from stacks from their plot. So they don't need to like continue to move forward. Once they get picks and they can start moving forward, then, you know, they'll start playing around the stacks themselves. But yeah, you don't want to just like drop into mid and just start taking fights, at least with the weapon you're playing currently. But yes, exactly like Spanish Armada said, Blaster as a class is quite flexible. But I would definitely consider it the mid-range option. But because it can't pan for itself all that well, and it definitely can't one-shot, sometimes you can get away with playing like a very anchor role. Again, all of this is good. I would just be careful about staying in one spot for too long. Like, just constantly be looking to maneuver, you know. Take some shots over here, rotate to this wide angle over here. And just constantly try to stay moving. It's a hard concept to fully like get, but it's just dangerous. That's why you kept dropping. Gotcha. Okay, interesting. So yeah, I like the idea. That makes more sense. Like you explaining that, not that it makes dropping good, but yeah, there's the idea that you have when you drop makes sense, but there's safer ways for us to implement and execute that idea. So yes, you know, when you're dropping to reposition, just reposition over here. And then you can play over there and like you can move forward. And this is where like choosing your spot matters, because if you're over here and then you rotate over here. So if you're sitting over here as Rapid Blaster, you can move forward and you can move back very freely. Like you can start moving forward and pressuring mid. Because if you sit here and things get dangerous, if there's, you know, someone that's on a rail that's like dropping on you, or if there's someone that's pushing you from mid, you're capable of backing up and staying on high ground. Like on the left side of this map, you can get back to high ground by swimming very safely. But on the right side of this map, if you drop over here, you can't get back to this, like, this is like your comfort zone over in these spots over here. You can't get to these comfort zones without having to jump out. Or you have to like swim through the enemy, which we don't want to do. And that's why, like, you know, when you just drop over here, this is like a massive, massive commitment. Which in certain cases, it's okay, because repositioning over here, playing in this type of area is not too bad. Like sometimes, especially in like zones or something, you can play in this area. And then this spot here is almost the equivalent of this spot here, where like, you know, you can play and like maybe move forward a little bit, but if you need to back up, you can back up without having, and reposition to high ground without having to like jump out, you know? So it's just something to keep in mind. Oof. Nice job keeping, like, switching your attention to the left side. It's unfortunate we trade there. But again, the idea there is good. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's tough. I'd be careful about jumping there. Again, a little bit nitpicky, but one thing that I've noticed, just because I'm a newer player on this weapon. And again, this is where you could probably reposition. Like if you were playing back here, like this is where this type of spot isn't actually that bad. Like if you have your teammates helping, like if your teammates are sitting over here watching tower, you actually could potentially drop into this area and play over here. But you're like playing back here basically, and you can move away from the rest of the team. Because the reason why this is okay now, because if you start backing up this way, if the enemy team wants to chase you, they're running into your teammates, crossfire. So like playing over here for second checkpoint isn't as scary, because if you have like a heavy, or in this case, like you have heavy and you have like a Splattershot Pro, they can cover you. Like they're able to actually cover you if someone starts pushing you from mid. That's another thing when you're like, if you do drop off of like your main plat ledge or whatever, this is like, that's one of the reasons why it's okay. Yeah, no, you're definitely going out alone too much, and you're going out alone and focusing on objective versus like clearing the area. But yeah, one thing in this situation, like backing up is great, but don't jump here. Like we have no reason to jump in these types of situations. It's so hard not to jump, especially when we initially got stuck on paint. But if we're a little bit more patient, we get that first shot off that gives us room to maneuver, and we just back up like we are. If we don't jump, we have an easier time hitting this person. But that's a heads up play from their Tri-Slosh to be able to cross over there. But if you took a different angle on the right side, then you might be able to help. And again, the left side's not as strong when they're pushing on the right side. Like left side's really important for like the first checkpoint and a half, 2 checkpoints. But after the second checkpoint, we need to be on the right side. And this is how they end up taking the lead. It's like we get baited by the brush. Okay, I'm just gonna assume the game's gonna end here, and I don't want to have to go through the animation, so I'm gonna back it up just a little bit. Once we get out, like after we get spotted by the Tri-Slosh, so now we have to think about, again, the context of the situation. We got it to 21, which is like right before this third checkpoint. So even if they get this second checkpoint, it's okay. We don't have to worry about, like, if they get this checkpoint, we still have time to hold our lead. But from a high level perspective, like being over here is no longer good. The second that this tower gets off of checkpoint, you get 0 value being over here. And it's the same thing. They're going to be less likely to flank over here because it's not as valuable. The brush is over there because brush is funny. But instead of moving this way, we move ourselves this way. This is where we can sit here. This is where we can sit over here. Because, you know, if they get it onto the checkpoint, then we lose lead. But it's like the tower has to get to like this point. So I would probably look to fight the tower, because like right now they have full control of mid. In your perspective, like if I'm in your position right now, I'm going to say, hey, once the tower starts climbing up to this high ground and it's in view from these safe areas that we can sit on, that's when I'm going to attack the tower, which is a little bit scary because there's not a lot of time from here to here to stop the tower. But this is also a bad position for you. So you have to just make the best of this situation. We don't have a ton of time to hold out on, but if we like try to drop or like play from over here to stop the tower, we're gonna miss the window. Oh, and this person actually crosses through this way, so. But yeah, like your whole team is focused on this person. This person is like out of play. This person doesn't matter at this point. And then, you know, all this happens and, you know, you're out of positions, so now you have to reposition. But like in tower control, that's like a deathly sin of like, if the tower, like if you need to be in a certain position at a certain time, that's on you. That's a you problem. Why were you not? And I'm not trying to be like hypercritical of you in this situation, but just generally is like, why are you as a blaster not sitting over here when we know where the objective's going? We know that tower, after like it has to get here for the checkpoint. or like around, maybe it's like over here, whatever, somewhere over in this area. And then we know it's going to path itself this way. And we like, this is just like the enemy can't, this is just like a constraint of tower control on this map. So, you know, why are we over here when we know that we're going to be fighting over here instead? And that's how we need to be thinking about the different timings. You know, the tower moves at a set speed, assuming that they're like staying on it, and it moves in a set path, and we have to use that to our advantage. And I think that sometimes we'd like panic and we're like, I need to stop the tower now because I feel uncomfortable. And instead of, which like, that's not a bad thought to have, like, oh, you know, we probably should stop tower, but we need to do it like intelligently. We don't want to just run to the tower, because on defense, a lot of times the tower comes to us. So we can give it a little, like give them a little bit of a score, because the tower is going to move toward us, and we should be able to set up during that time to be able to properly stop it. So don't take the fight, like, especially like y'all had this really awesome lead at the beginning of the match. So when you have this incredible lead of 21, especially in those scenarios, let the tower come to us. Let them have, you know, most of first checkpoint, and we can still fight first checkpoint, but if we need some extra time, we're good to give them that. You know, we get splatted, we're over here when tower's going to the second checkpoint. Okay, we can't get the second checkpoint, but that's okay because we still have lead, and they have to get tower all the way here in order to like win the game. So instead of me trying to like approach the tower over here, I'm gonna, you know, I know tower has to make its way to the right side. So I'm gonna already position myself on this right side so that once tower gets into this position, I'm ready to stop it. To be fair, I usually build myself anyways. I just lack the knowledge to see it and fix it yourself. Yeah, no, you're good. I'm trying to say this just generally. I'm not trying to like throw it and be like super critical or specific on like you specifically. And yeah, that's definitely like the you're good. Thank you. That's the important part of like doing the reviews and stuff. And it's like, it's definitely scary to like put yourself out there and like have everyone watch your gameplay. You know, certain games that I play, I like feel ashamed, and I'm like, I can't believe that this was me. And if someone posts this part of me playing the solo queue game on Twitter, like I would get clowned on, because, you know, people just like, everyone has like bad moments. No one's always gonna play perfect unless you're like Chocopera. Not your worst match. Yeah, no worries. And any match that you've had, I promise we've all had equal or worse matches. It's a very relatable thing, but people have too much pride that they don't like talking about it, you know? No one wants to talk about all of their mess ups. So yeah, overall there's a lot of things that you do very well, but as we've talked through this, and I really appreciate all of the feedback that you've given throughout the review, has given us some insight and some reason as to why we're making the mistakes that we're making. So the biggest thing is that like we're tunneling on objective. We feel like, oh, they're on the tower, I need to get them off as soon as possible. One of the biggest pieces of Splatoon that you have to understand, and this goes for every single mode, if you're not ready to stop the objective, do not go for the objective. If you're not ready to stop the objective and they're scoring points, that's just like your punishment for whatever mistake that got you into this situation in the first place, to where they're going to get this checkpoint for free. Whatever that is, that's your punishment. Don't try to force. If you make a bad enough mistake to where you can't defend the objective during whatever period of time, don't try to force it. I submitted my replay, but it's an open Splatfest. No worries. I haven't seen a Splatfest clip in a while, like a Turf War clip in a while. Usually I say no Turf War, but we can Especially during a Splatfest, I can understand. You're good, you're good. Um, so part of this is positioning. We talked about this. Don't give up your high ground if you don't need to. It'll be a good exercise for you. Where can I stand to stop tower at first, second, whatever checkpoint? Usually on tower control, it's easiest to visualize. You don't have to wait for the tower to be on the checkpoint to be able to stop it, but it's a nice exercise to like just use the checkpoints as guidance. So when tower gets to first checkpoint, instead of like worrying about stopping it while it's getting to first checkpoint, just think about like, okay, when tower's on first checkpoint, how do I use my weapon to get value? If you're a shorter range weapon, you probably need to be closer. If you're a longer range weapon, like your Rapid Pro, you have potentially more options because you have a longer range. And that's where like you can play here, you can play over here. You know, technically you can play all around mid, but it's like, don't do that. You'll understand why it's not good, but just make this an exercise. Anytime you're going into a TC rotation, just pop open like the either recon mode or whatever. You know, tower's on second checkpoint. I can hit it from here. I can still hit it from here. You know, I can hit it over here. Should have done this in a different color. Like all these, and you can also kind of play it over here as well. Again, this is a conditional spot where like if you have teammates that can cover you, then like being over here is a lot safer. But you don't want to just immediately drop down and be like, oh, I'm gonna fight like behind this block because technically it works. Like this isn't a good spot. This is like conditionally okay. And then we'll use another color. So for blue, so when tower's on third checkpoint, we can play over here. We can play over here. We probably can even play all the way over here. We can play over here. Like sometimes we might have to back up. Again, this is kind of like conditional. Usually it's like a time constraint in a lot of spots, but you might even be. I don't think you can play up here. Something like your heavy can totally play here, or your leader can totally play here. But yeah, just kind of do this exercise. Every time the tower gets to certain spots, where can you sit and where can you position? And so when tower's going along and tower is moving along and it's going the first checkpoint, if tower's here and you're in spawn, you have to make a decision. Okay, by the time I move over and I can get into one of these positions, it's going to be halfway through the checkpoint. Do we have the resources currently for me to be able to, like, is it worth me trying to move over to this left side to stop it if there's only half of a checkpoint of time that I have? You know, do I have teammates over there to help me? Is there the enemy team over there to stop me? You know, all those things you can think about. Because again, all of this is about timing windows. So if you can't, then now you have to think, okay, well, let's just give up first checkpoint because it's too risky. I don't have a special, I'm not in position. I don't fully know where the enemy team is because there's a bunch of pain over here. So instead, I'm going to start moving toward like second checkpoint. And I can like potentially play on this rail, or maybe I'm, you know, dropping out far right. You know, again, a lot of context matters. But that's kind of how you can start thinking about stuff. When tower's at like, when tower moves and is here when you respawn, you should have said, hey, And like the first checkpoint takes longer than the second and third checkpoints. Like there's just more time they have to be on it. And like the second checkpoint, you don't have a lot of time. And your team wasn't set up. Like the enemy team had full control of mid. So you should have said to yourself, okay, let's give up second checkpoint because they have to get to the third checkpoint in order to win the game. So let me start setting up for this third checkpoint while they're getting the second checkpoint. And then, you know, choose your time. How close are you to special? Can you build special by the time you're ready to fight? If so, then focus on, you know, trying to paint for your special. If you can't get your special during that time, then try to stall. Maybe one of your other teammates can get their special. Maybe they're close to their special. So maybe you play a little bit more risky because your team needs to stall and you have to, like, no one else can stall as well as you or something. And that's where you can start kind of making those choices of like, you're adapting to the situation. But in general, you want to look at things like just from a checkpoint to checkpoint perspective, understand the fundamentals. If you play solid, like you don't have to be super adaptive and flexible during your matches. Like you can hit X rank, you can probably hit at least like 20. This is very arbitrary, but like you can at least hit like 22, 2300 X power by like just playing solid. Not adapting to like everything else that's like happening over all of this. I don't know if it's fully true, but you know, the point I'm trying to make is like you will continue to improve if you play very by the books. If you go back to the review and it's like, okay, tower's on second checkpoint, I was in position. Oh, tower's moving from second to third, I gave up the second one, and you're like justifying, I'm going to rotate right early because I know that checkpoint's moving over this way and I want to be able to do that. And you know, that's how you just want to generally think about the game. Oh shoot, don't want to erase that. Get all this out of the way. But yeah, you're tunneling tower a lot and you're also giving up your position. Those are really, really, really important things to do, or not to do, and making sure that you're playing solid. The second is like focus. So like basically like surviving almost always is better than splatting. Like getting a pick is nice, but especially as a blaster, like again, this is very, very, very general. This is not always the case. But frontline weapons, how would I even what if we did, I don't know how this graph would work, it's been a while. So like let's say range is this axis, and then it should be the other way. I don't know. All right. So range is this bottom axis, like the range of your weapon. And then the cost. Take care, Chris. Take care, take care. We should be able to get to your replay tomorrow, I believe. So no worries on that. I probably won't be able to get to it tonight, so not a problem. The cost of like dying, I guess. And so this is like, so I'll say like Luna versus Rapid Pro Deco, basically. And so if you're a Luna player, you're probably running like QR or something, or like either way, you're like a frontliner. The cost of you dying is like relatively low. But it almost like exponentially like ramps up. Or like when you're like effectively like mid to back line, you dying is a very heavy penalty. Like that's why E-leaders like basically always jump out whenever the rest of their team dies. Because it takes you already so long. Thank you, thank you. Welcome. Yeah, this is not the greatest way to articulate this, but the main thing I want to say is that if you are a short range weapon, you're gonna die more often than a backline weapon. That's why something like E-Leader has like nice stat. Like they always have like 12 in 1 stats. Even if they make a ton of mistakes, their stat line's always gonna be really nice because they should basically never die. Like frontline has to mess up really bad for leader to ever have to die, or like they just failed in their positioning and they tried to be too aggressive. And that's just an important thing, which like you were mentioning that you thought you were more frontliney as a as the Rapid Pro, which is understandable of why you played the way that you did. But yeah, we just need to like tweak how we look at things. Yeah, no. Some blasters are frontline. I would say any blaster that can one shot is more frontline, and any blaster that can't one shot is probably a little bit different. And obviously, if you're not the pro variant, if you're playing normal Rapid Blaster, you're gonna have to play a little bit more scrappy and aggressive because you have shorter range. So you're more likely to probably die in certain spots, but yeah. Oh, I forgot Clash Blaster exists. I got baited. Yeah, Clash Blaster is in its own class. But yeah, you definitely have to play a more survival backliney approach to everything. But otherwise, like when you took objective out of the equation, I think you took fights with the enemy very well. Probably like 80-90% of the time. There's a couple times that you didn't fully respect it, but yeah. And I think again, overall you played well. Like 14 is solid. Realistically, you probably should have only had like maybe 5 or 6 deaths. If you play it perfect, you probably have like 2 or 3 deaths. But we could significantly reduce these deaths. And reducing the deaths probably give us 1 or 2 extra whales per game. So overall, you know, really good stuff, but I think kind of as we talk through all of this, I think it helped give you some better understanding of like your role in the match. But as we talk about roles, I always have to mention roles are fluid, not binary. Much like a lot of things in life, things are going to constantly be in the flux and constantly changing. Things are not going to be binary, so even though you're a backline, sometimes the team is gonna need you to be frontlining and going for some crazy plays. It's gonna be less frequent, you know, maybe 10% of the time or 5% of the time you're going for like a super aggro play, but there are moments where like, you know, you're gonna be pressured or like the circumstances are dire enough that you have to force. And when you force, you probably have to go farther off your role than normal. But that's just a thing to keep in mind. But in general, like 99% of the time, just play the anchor midline role. Certain comps will force you to change, certain scenarios will force you to change, but again, try to play as fundamental and as solid as possible, and that'll take you really, really far. Then you can make slow tweaks to optimize depending on like that specific situation. That was a really good review. Hopefully that helped. And again, anytime that I'm like super critical about stuff, it's never like on that specific person, you know? I'm never trying to like, and I know that you know that, but I just like to talk about it because I don't want people to feel like, you know, I understand how vulnerable people need to be in these types of situations to like get their review, have it done live on stream, and have someone like try to criticize and like help you improve. But no, I really appreciate your attitude, and like that attitude is going to help you carry, like it's going to carry you to continue to improve. So I'm really excited to, as long as I'm ready for it. Gotcha. No, I'm with you. Sometimes I'm not ready for criticisms. Sometimes there's a certain game or like a certain situation, I don't want to talk about it. I'm not, it does require you being in a certain mentality and a certain mind state in order to like have it be productive. So I definitely get you there. But you know, I'm really excited to kind of see you keep playing, because I know that like your mechanics seem super solid. We work a little bit on spacing and we focus on not dropping everything to do objective. If we fix those two things, you're going to skyrocket. The Snookums match. Need us be reminded of old Snookums. Yeah, good luck on the grind. For sure, for sure. I would love to see another replay. Give yourself like a week or two, or, you know, a month if you need it. Give yourself some time, and I would love to see you submit another code. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. Yo, welcome in, Echo. Hello, hello. Oh, and welcome in, Fizzy. You fell asleep? Honestly, that happened to me too. You're not alone. I woke up stupid early. Got you laid down. The classic, the 20-minute power nap. Still reviewing the review Discord? Yes. Yes, we are going through that currently. Next is Heather having a tournament match in Squid Junction. This will be a high-level affair. I think I said losers round 6 against +1, +2 pickups, so very good players. We'll see how it goes. And they want to look at aggro, team macro, and also their own individual play. Barnacle zones. Let's get it. Let's go. Yeah, that was an awesome review. Again, I appreciate that. I like coming out of reviews. I think that's been like the most fun thing. That's kind of... Oh, Volty, nice. Yeah, I know these players. On both teams. Okay. Most of them at least. So, but yeah, one thing when it comes out of... Like when coming out of a review, I think the one thing that I've appreciated is like... Sometimes when I do reviews, it's... have like this mentality of like, what I'm like, what if there gets to a point where like I have nothing to say, you know? Like I'm always scared that like, oh man, we're gonna do reviews and I just like don't have anything to like say or talk about. But I feel like just as we've continued to do them, at least from my perspective, obviously everyone has their own perspective, but I feel like there's always just like nice insight, both that I can provide and also that I like receive and like are able to learn about myself. And sometimes it can be both, which is really cool. Because it's often really hard to like communicate people's like the idea, like understanding the role of like a Rapid Blaster Pro, for example. Like sometimes like it's nice to have the conversation, and that's sometimes why I like having like the longer discussion. Like I know that I do reviews like pretty slow, and like the cost of it is that I can't get through them as fast as possible. And sometimes like I do need to cut some of the reviews down a little bit. Like I go on tangents a lot, I repeat myself a lot. I'm working on shortening them and being more efficient, but I do like the longer form conversation and kind of talking through a lot of stuff, because it does lead to a lot of those types of insights. And I feel like you having a better understanding of Rapid Pro as being more midline to backline versus like midline to frontline, you know, like it airs more on the side of backline and anchor than being super aggro. And like being able to get to that point in the review like saves you so much trouble. That saves you so many hours of gameplay of just like being able to like have a conversation and find that out. So no, I do appreciate that. And it makes me like very excited whenever it comes to going through all this. Someone shooting off fireworks. My dogs are not having it. Every time I go to the store, they keep marking down fireworks to be cheaper and cheaper. So at certain points, people like buy them and just like shoot them off for like 2 minutes. But it completely like ruins the night of my dogs because one of them's a little bit okay. She just gets annoyed, but the bigger one, he just shakes for the entire night the second he hears any fireworks. So yeah, they're going through it in the other room. Matching to thank you. Y'all are so real for this. Yeah, let me get that updated. I was not thinking about that. This is Vitra. This. Oh, Squid Junction. Which one? 46. Losers round 6, which is very far into the tournament. Anyways, y'all know how much I love Splat Zones. And I've been called out for being a fake fan because I hate Turf War so much. But they're the same but also different. I'm so sad when people say, I feel like I should make a video. I say there's so many videos I want to make. I wish I was a good editor. I wish I could just take like 2 years of my life and just be an editor. But anyways, there's so many people that compare Splat Zones to Turf War. They're like, oh, it's just like mini Turf War. That is not at all. That is not at all what Splat Zones is. Because there's so many people that hate Splat Zones, and I keep seeing that sentiment. I don't know why people say that. I guess because you're fighting for paint, but like it's like saying like Clam Blitz is mini Turf War because you're painting around the basket or something. I don't know. It's weird. Splat Zones is definitely unique, but I feel like people just need to like anyone that actually like if you don't like Splat Zones as much as other maps, I can respect that. But if you like actually actively hate Splat Zones, I feel like there's a misunderstanding somewhere. And I would like to help you with said misunderstanding. Anyways, let's get into the review. We're looking at one map mode that has if map modes had stocks, I would say buy for for Barnacle and Dime Zones. The frame rates are awful. If this didn't have frame lag, like if there weren't frame rate issues on this map, I would love this map. I think this map actually works really, really well. Truthfully. But you have to also just like, part of that is understanding that like Splatoon 3 has some quirky maps. You're not getting bigger maps. And if you can get past that fact, then it's actually really, really, really good. So, anyways, as we're looking at the two teams, we're going to focus on our team first. Vtry, important part of this is that we have Inkjet. We're not going to be able to build it quite as fast as something like Ballpoint, which we traditionally see as the Inkjet on teams, but you still get it pretty reasonably. Inkjet pairs really well with Cooler because a lot of times your team, your team will coordinate pushes with the Inkjet, and when people are pushing, inevitably when you're taking fights, some people on your team are going to get splatted. Anyone that gets splatted can jump back to the Inkjet before they recall, and the fight should, so like if you Inkjet from here, for example, which this isn't like the perfect spot, let's say you Inkjet here, and then you and your team are all moving forward, like y'all are all pushing forward, and y'all all have Cooler. Say this person, this person goes over here, gets splatted. This person goes over here, gets splatted. But they trade, so it's like a 2v2. When those people get splatted, they jump back to this recall, and then they're back in mid, and you have a numbers advantage at a very high level. That's effectively how this Inkjet cycling works. The other benefit of having Tacticooler is when you inevitably play against an Inkjet in the meta. So like, even though they don't have an Inkjet, the fact that they're playing against an Inkjet, when they do go for that full commitment with Inkjet, if we have cooler, then we can also get back in faster. So it works, it synergizes well with Inkjet, and it's a nice counter. Not counter isn't the right word, but it helps mitigate the damage of how broken Inkjet is in this current meta. Absolutely busted. So we have the Inkjet advantage, which is like kind of cool. That is a nice little nod to us. Both teams have a Kraken, which is very interesting. Kraken, I don't think is bad on zones, but you lose out on a lot of paint pressure when doing it. A lot of times in the meta, we see Kraken specifically, both when when this jet, like when the Tri-Slosh is using Inkjet, so we use our jet, and then in response, we use Kraken. And what that does, so if we do Inkjet over here, and like a few seconds into the Inkjet, you know, as the 96, we start moving forward, we pop our Kraken here or something. Like, A, we can't get splatted because we're invincible during Kraken. And B, once this person lands, if we know where they're landing, we can camp their landing and get a free splat on the landing here. So Kraken works twofold. It helps with your survivability, and it provides a free punish for them using Jet. Because the one liability with Jet is that wherever you use the special is where you're landing. And you can help mitigate that by landing in corners or, using the special on your side of the map, so there's a harder time for the enemy team to punish it. But it's something to keep in mind. That's usually the idea of why people like Kraken in the current meta. On the other team, 96 as a whole has terrible RNG, and the intensify action on, as well as the extra speed and everything with Tacticooler, 96 synergizes very, very, very well with Cooler, because you can jump in the fight and your shots are hitting a lot more often than they normally do. So 96 gets a huge buff and can actually be a slaying threat and play very aggressive with its wall when you have a Cooler active. So there's a lot of synergies that are happening inside of the teams. And one thing you would expect, again, with this being higher level, the timings on Inkjet and the timings of both teams' Coolers, we'll see if this kind of pans out to how this stuff generally works. Both teams have Sloshing Machine. Again, Bucket's pretty good on this map. There's a lot of little ledges just all over the place, harassing the backliner is really nice. Being able to just shoot over any ledge, be in mid, and be able to poke anyone that's looking to potentially push at us over here is really good. You get a lot of value. There's a lot of ledges, especially on offense and defense, that we can get value out of it. So that makes sense. Volti also, Sloshing Machine is their flex weapon just as a player. They normally play Carbon Deco, but when they can't play it, they usually flex to Machine. So that's probably another reason why they're using Machine. But the weapon itself is really good, and Booyah Bombs help with being able to create space for the rest of your team to move. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I like our Inkjet. Outside of the jet, I think I like this comp slightly more, but they're both very, very, very solid. There's very key win conditions that both of them, not win conditions, but there's key things that both teams are looking to play for. So we'll see how it goes. The one nice thing about having a heavy on this map is that, which actually, the more I think about it, I think I actually like our comp a little bit more. But when we take control, so the biggest thing when we take zone, if we win a fight, so assuming that we're pushing this way as the Minty team. Oh, this is the one time where we're going to get a review with not color lock colors. I just realized. So enjoy it. Enjoy this one difference where we get non-color lock colors. You'll never see it again. So after we take zone, holding on to this plat is really important. and holding on to the paint around the plat is really, really, really important. Enemy team has to drop from all the way up top here, or they have to drop from over here, or like, you know, sometimes they have to play through the pit, but the pit is very, very dangerous. So having a heavy on our team allows us to have extra range to outrange the enemy when they're trying to move in. So if we do take control, I like our chances of being able to lock out on this map. And I would say this map mode, Barnacle Zones, is a very heavy, it's a very lockout heavy map. You can KO an opponent very commonly when playing this map mode. Yeah. Oh, Nintendo France was the one that streamed it? Oh, I see, I see. I didn't know that. I was looking for the stream. I saw the German one on Dapple Productions. I didn't know where the French stream was. So I'll have to look for the Nintendo France. Thank you, thank you. That actually helps me a ton. All my submitted reviews are more mixed games instead of leaning toward replays with bad plays that I normally won't do. But I don't put replays that I do really well. Yeah, I think that's a good mix generally. That, and also, like I said, anytime that you feel really uncomfortable or there's a decision point that's like, I really want to dive deeper into a specific part of the map, like the match. I think those are good replays to go over and like really pinpointing that part of the match. And also just any matches that like matches that you feel uncomfortable and matches that I lost my train of thought. But yeah, even outside of like sometimes you can have good and get bad games and still get a lot out of it. Like really good or really bad games, you can still get a lot out of it by if there are specific moments that you want to like dive deeper into. Wait, who does that? I like the idea of zones, but S3 maps make it painful. Yeah, I don't know. I see the sentiment of like zones as mini turf war on Twitter, which I shouldn't be on Twitter. That's where I see my competitive hot takes. Even level 10 and 2 are rough. Friends said they hate zones because it's like spawn camping the game. I don't know what to tell them. I mean, because you don't have to move an objective, like it does get a little bit stally in certain cases. But like you coordinate your specials. Like coordinating specials in zones is something that I very much appreciate and I like seeing analysis of. So like this map is definitely a good example of like where that spawn camping, like it's not spawn camping where like people are sitting here and they're spawn camping under their map, but like you kind of can just like bunker down in their plot and they have to work together to like break through. It's like a puzzle that you have to break. And I like that puzzle. I like that challenge. Like again, I understand the sentiment, but there's definitely a lot of ways to play around it. 8 neutral zones. It's tough. I think neutral's hard, but I think I always see it as like a very interesting challenge on top of everything else. It's so boring to wait for someone to build special. Yeah, I mean, you can like poke, like there are risks that you can take in the meantime, but you know. Just as that we're trying to squeeze as much cooler value as possible, effectively. What do we have Kraken? I think it is to counter inkjet stuff. Just generally. I don't know where this was in the set, but I would probably go with the normal heavy if I knew that they weren't running inkjet. But I don't know for sure. This is also a pretty narrow map, so like Kraken gets a lot of value through a lot of like these choke points and stuff. So I don't know. I'd be interested to hear their perspective on it, but I could see this if we thought that they were playing it. And also welcome in, Hunter. Welcome. Double bucket works pretty well. Yeah, for sure. Wavebreaker doesn't really benefit from cooler a whole lot. That's fair. But I think Wavebreaker is very strong on this map. I actually think it's very, very, very strong. And there's a lot of places that you can throw it. But I can understand that. So, both team gets cooler out early. we're able to protect our ledge. Again, I'm gonna kind of switch between team stuff and solo stuff. Wait, why did we not get our... Did we never pick up cooler? Oh, we never picked up cooler. Yeah, it seemed like we were forcing because we thought we had cooler. Which, even with cooler, I don't like this play. But... I don't know. I feel like we can just kind of paint for special early on. Like, yes, we have cooler, but... we kind of... I feel like our team, especially with a heavy, we kind of outrange the other team, I feel like. Like, I like the position that you're taking. Like, sitting up here and protecting this crossover and anyone that's sitting down here is, like, solid. Alternatively, you can potentially play over here, which is a little bit dangerous, but I'm cool with playing this. I don't know why we felt compelled to, like, push forward. Because our special is, like, really important. I feel like we can take it a little bit slower. And I think you assumed that you had cooler, which is why you, like, tried the force. But I don't think we need to force. I think we just use our range and just try to slow it down. Wait for you to get, like, a special. Like, both teams have cooler. So it's kind of like a standstill. And if the enemy team starts trying to push us, just make sure that the heavy is safe on our plat and can get a lot of value. Like, it's unfortunate that we didn't have cooler, but in general, I want us to play it a little. Like, we don't have to play as fast as we do. We'll come back to this whole play, but that was a really nice Toxic Mist. And good pick by Volti. But I want to see what happens with our team to, like, get those picks after. They're probably running at your team and then Heavy just kind of snipes them. At least that's how I imagine this plays out, which that's what we can wait for anyways. Okay. We back up a little bit. Yeah, part of the reason why our Heavy can't really establish high ground to be able to get more value, and the reason why they have to jump out is because we end up feeding as fast as we do. But, like, let them run at us and, like, we can hold our own. It's our turn when we get Inkjet, so I'd rather us value, like, Inkjet in these types of situations. But we should be able to start pushing our plot. We don't have the paint, but we should be able to start moving. I like your subs in all of these areas that we're trying to fight. I like you getting your Toxic Mist in these areas. It's really good. Now we're chilling. I don't think we have to use our Inkjet that fast. I think we slow stuff down for sure. I'll look at this again from a top down, but I don't love the setup. Like, when we have control, I don't like the way that we situated ourselves. Like, I don't think the Heavy needs to be as far forward. Or if they're gonna be this far forward, they need, like, you moving forward to throw Toxic Mist. So they have a hard time getting up here. It's like, throw Toxic Mist up here, or, like, help and play around this position here. But they're getting a little bit too kind of antsy. There shouldn't be an opportunity. Like, we're just playing it too slow, I feel like. Not slow that we need to, like, move forward, but we're playing it very like, we're giving up a lot of space for seemingly no reason. Like, as a team, the way that we want to position in these kinds of situations, like, we're stepping on each other's toes, I guess, is the best way of putting it. Like, we want to position kind of safe because we want to get Inkjet out, which is fine. Like, there aren't a ton of great ledges for us to camp. I like our sloshing machine being over here, partially because if they try to push this little perch snipe area, we can punish them. And the other nice thing is that if we're over just generally in this area, we can throw fizzy bombs to land around this cover, which is where if they're pushing on the low ground, that's where they're coming through. And it covers a lot of pain. It does a lot of like damage to a lot of people that are trying to push. So I like this general position here. But like we shouldn't be allowing this person to like move forward, which I'm guessing Ulti maybe is running Ninja Squid. Yeah, they're running Ninja Squid, so we kind of miss it. But that's what we should be focusing our kind of paint and priority on as well. Like when we end up throwing our Toxic Mist, when we throw Toxic Mist, instead of throwing it up here, because we can visually see these people, it's bad. Like they don't have the range. They don't want to drop down here anyways. I'd rather get this Toxic Mist around this cover specifically. Like either get it through this choke point or just get it on the cover so they don't, like you can see if they're trying to move here. This is kind of the biggest threat right now, is someone pushing through and using this cover. It's minor, but it does give us more information than like what we have here. But the other thing is like we're playing like too far back. We should be fighting for paint. Like we should be fighting for paint with our team over here. Like there's a lot of these little covers that are like crucial to holding and crucial to pushing out. Umami has like the little block between mid and like your dome and everything. Like there's that little block that's like crucial to being able to retake. If the enemy team has it, that's trying to hold, we need to get them off of it. And if we're trying to push in, we have to like leverage it in some way in order to like be able to get through. And I often see this as well, but it's a little bit more of a risk to be here. But anyone that's playing through their pit, which we didn't see pain immediately over here, we only see it once the zap starts pushing. So we should assume that they're going to be pushing through the pit area. And I'd rather us get more information by throwing it around here. Either throw it here, or you can get it around here. I'm less worried about that. But as a team, we should keep this, like keep a buffer of paint around this block. Because I want to know if someone's pushing through. And we're just kind of like, I feel like we're a little bit unsure of like what we're trying to do. But knowing these little areas, like this pillow here, this little bit of cover is like super important. It's like the same thing when you're fighting for mid and you're trying to push up. It's like this little block here is like super important as well to break through. Same thing with this up here, but that's a little bit like usually only certain weapons play up here, but like a lot of weapons play on this little shield on the plot. And we just need to like know these locations when we're like playing this map. And just keep a buffer over on this area. Cause like what is our, like everyone just kind of like doing stuff. And like our Zapdos' bomb, we need to be holding this paint. We need to be sitting like in this choke point and like getting paint in this area instead of like backing up and moving forward. Like we just like waste a bunch of time and we give them a window to like move forward, which good on Volti to like poke out here, but I feel like we have no it feels like we don't have a which I'm guessing this is like maybe a pickup, but it doesn't feel like we have a cohesive idea of where we're positioning and what our priorities need to be in this situation. Like you have your special, your Zap has your special. In certain cases, if we wanted to build cooler, then I'm okay with Zap. Like Zap could be moving back. Like it's very common for painters if you need specials. You can like paint over here. Like you can move backwards and paint and then move back forward when your team's ready to like holding. If we need to do that, then again, it's really the responsibility of this person over here and like your Toxic Mist? Yeah, I can make sure I get through yours. Get to it tomorrow, Reese. No worries, no worries. Take care, take care. Like, have this person be the one that's throwing fizzy bombs in this area and like holding this, and like your Toxic Mist as well does that while your teammate's painting for special. But we're not even in that situation because we already have our special. So in these types of situations, it again, make sure we're holding down important parts. These little moments of us losing focus is what allows this entire push to get like compromised. Because if y'all are doing this, like if y'all aren't, if for whatever reason, if we're too scared, if there's some sort of threat, whether it be a special or a weapon that prevents us, and I guess for the rest of this, I'm just going to go with yellow. Just because it's a better color with these colors. If there's something that prevents us from being able to hold this, which in this spot there wasn't, but even if there was, if we were scared that they were going to pop like a jet of their own or something, or a crab or something, then instead of your heavy, like your heavy is fine over here if y'all are covering this. But in a situation where like y'all are scared to hold that, then it's better for your heavy to be back here instead. That way, when someone like Volty pushes up, they're not immediately in the danger zone. I already have other reviewed this during 2 weeks. The whole sequence was just us not knowing the map. Oh, okay, I got you. Able to get a trade. Bombs. That was a very patient play by Volty. But nice job hitting all of your shots. Last person's behind us. We're really close to Inkjet, so we can kind of just move forward because we'll naturally get that paint. But it looks like we're giving jumps to teammates. Yeah. And again, like if we don't know what to use, I don't know if we necessarily have to use Inkjet this early, but I'm fine with it. And I like, again, like we're focusing this central area that they're trying to generally push through. But we made the mistake of running into the enemy ink. I think we talked about this in the last Inkjet review that we did. But in this type of situation, just like stay where you're at. Once you start pushing closer this way, you have to deal with these people striking over here. And maybe even people over here. And like this person potentially could even hit you, which like they're probably not going to given the current context. But there's a lot more threats as you move forward. And yeah, don't move forward into like enemy ink. Unless you know it's like safe. There's just too many ways for us to get threatened. Only 2 scrims? Dang. Y'all had a nice run given that context. Vodsman before this one. Gotcha. Hmm. That's tough. I like your patience, and then you know once they get well out, it's like your cover's likely blown, so you have to look for a play to make. No, that's really unfortunate. But I think you played that whole play pretty well. But unfortunately it doesn't pan out. Now we're stuck in this kind of situation. Now we need to get specials. I would probably focus on... I guess we're pushing in with Kraken. I was going to say we probably would want to get value out of your Inkjet. But if Kraken can give us space initially... I think we look to Jet in that spot. Yeah, definitely impatient. But as a team, I like that y'all had a plan. All right, we're gonna use Kohler, and then we're gonna pop Kraken and just start moving forward. Kraken's going to give us the ability to start fighting for like this plot area over here. So like as a team, this is great. This is really, really great. You know, you wait for Kraken to give space and then you start looking to move forward. But yeah, there's so many spots during this time that you could have been building special. You didn't die there, you would have oh, that's tough. Yeah, no, you're fine. But there was a lot of time throughout us waiting for Cooler and Kraken, and even in this type of spot, just get this and then pop your Inkjet from like up here. Like this whole setup, like this whole idea is really good, but yeah, we get a little bit impatient here. Which like teams trying to push and stuff, it's always tough. We might have an opportunity to jet. Okay, 2 down. We jet from really far back here. Okay, y'all. Okay, nice. Yeah, I don't like us jetting as far back as we do here. We need to find like more height advantage. Like even if we move up to here so that we can use the elevation from these things to have better shots over here or something. Or maybe we just keep moving forward to here. And like, okay, this person uses Booyah. I can continue to move forward and I can Inkjet and like look to continue to get height. But if we didn't get the picks as early as we did, this Inkjet is like throwing at this point. You're just too far away from the action to be able to get a lot of value. You do a good job of helping with that pick though, so definitely kudos. Same time you use Booyah, yeah. I think you could have moved a little, like, I think you can use Inkjet to help you reposition. Like, I think you can use the initial Inkjet to help you reposition it if they decide that they want to throw the Booyah Bomb at you. I love that you play off of the zone here. This is a really, really cute play. I love this. We thought he'd hold it for the team fight. Oh. Oh, were you trying to shred it? Were you just like, were you getting yours out to try to shred the Booyah? Like, were you scared of the, which is like, it's a valid threat. Like the threat that they hold Booyah Bomb and like you have to wait for it. Oh, I see, I see. I still think you move forward though. I don't like the I don't like any of the angles that you have popping it as far back as you did. Like the more you move forward, the more threats there are to like splat you before you get your Inkjet out. So like there is a fine balance, but I'd rather us, because we should be able to safely get to one of, like when we're back like here, we should at least be able to make it here. Moving this way is a little bit scary, but there were 2 down. So like I'd rather us make it to here or make it to here before we end up popping our jet. And then use the height over here. Or like be at least closer to this area so we can shred a little bit more. I think the idea is fine, but I think I would like us to move forward for like half a second. But again, I love this idea. There's someone that we can help with right now, but you know, having to fight around the wall is going to be a pain for us. So just continuing to move forward, finding this person where they think they're getting the jump on someone and immediately punishing them. This is like just super, super sick. And again, I like that you're not focusing on just capping the zone and you're more focused on like finding an opportunity to do stuff. Wanted to secure the team fight in the moment. It was fine since we scaled into zone to cut them off. That's fair. Like I said, y'all were already in a pretty good spot, so I'm okay you playing on the safer side because you don't need as much value out of the Inkjet. But I still think we have almost the same amount of safety and we can still move forward and get way more value. But again, I can understand your perspective though. I think it's very reasonable. Oh, yeah. That's tough. Those initial shots kind of show ourselves. Oh no. Rush is able to move through, but we are able to counter it. I'll go back into your perspective, but yeah, we're scrambling a little bit, but we're able to find picks, which is nice. Again, I like your Toxic Mist have been really nice, just hitting certain choke points. Oof. The nice thing here is that they do waste their Inkjet. Wait, this is... Pre-fire the corner didn't reactively backpedal. Yeah. Yeah, you saw they were over there, so you probably should have assumed that they were going to be there, but it's all good. Why do you lose Inkjet here? Do they have like respawn punish? Oh, it's the haunt effect, isn't it? So wait, haunt goes over the cooler stuff? Like you only lost like a little bit of special, but like it's not gonna matter for the grand scheme of this retake. But I had a question of like why this happened previously. Oh, you lost cooler. Interesting. Oof. Ooh. Oof. This ending's really, really tough. Again, I don't hate the way that we play this at the end, but I just kind of want to go over like some just tough decisions that are happening now. I think for the most part y'all play it very well, reasonably. I don't know if I have like better ideas, but some things that I would think about. Not internally trusting the Kraken. Yeah, like I don't know if I like us using Inkjet here. Because part of the problem here, with the amount of time that's left, like we get the Inkjet out, we finish the duration, we're gonna have to recall back and continue to swim back in. We have to think, like the earlier that we use this Inkjet, the harder, like we do get to use this as like height, which is nice, but we're still very far away from a lot of the action. Like we can't really influence this as much, and it takes us some time to start influencing this. But my biggest concern with this is that when we recall, there's so much time that gets wasted to like get back in there. And realistically, your team can probably like the fight is going to end up here by the end of all of this. Unless your whole team goes down, when in that case it doesn't matter where you land. But I think you want to play it a little bit more aggressive here. I think y'all gave yourself enough of a buffer at the beginning. Yeah, that's tough. But you do get cooler out before, like, it's unfortunate that your teammate dies, like, trying to booyah. But, like, there's just, like, a little bit of time wasted. It doesn't seem like a lot, but, like, all of this is happening. And, like, we're not immediately there to help and assist. And so when it comes... And, like, again, Volti's really good. Volti makes you, like, Volti's playing off the zone over here and is, like, threatening to splat you. But anytime you have to waste trying to splat them is time that you're not getting the zone paint. And this is where that recall that I talked about before, like, matters. Because the couple of seconds that you waste having to recall so far back doesn't give us enough. Like, if we had just, like, a little bit more time, we probably retake the zone and, like, win the game kind of thing. Which, like, I'm not trying to, like, blame everything on that specifically, but that's just, like, one timing window that cost us a little bit here. But nice job getting the pick. I think in this situation, I would be more inclined to, like... I feel like you have to focus on zone here. Like, at other points of the game, I love you moving away from the zone and taking fights and cleaning up other people. But when there's this, like, when you're threatening getting lost, Like when you're about to lose in this situation, I don't think we have time to help with this. Especially when we know that one of our teammates is not here, the other one is effectively not painting the map. Like this is too much of a luxury. It's a luxury to be able to get this pick. Any other time during the match, this is like, I love this play. But in this situation, like it's literally the Zap fending for themselves to get this paint. So again, really, really close. I think y'all played that super well. Zap wasn't enough to neutralize. Yeah. And I think if you help with that, you can at least neutralize long enough for your Kraken to get more value. But using, like, when you use Kraken in that situation as a team, it's going to be really difficult for the rest of your team to be able to, like the rest of your team has to cover up the lack of paint, especially in that spot where you have to neutralize the zone. But overall, it's a super, super sick game. I liked all of that. So a couple things to mention. I think we can go back to red now, not that there's no orange paint. Yeah. Welcome in, Killa. Yeah, this was pretty late in a Squid Junction tournament, so a lot of killers on both teams. I think we like, and especially at this level of play, it's important to always have plan, always have purpose. I think you get a ton of points and potentially KO. Like when y'all initially retake over here, and like I don't like, I think your heavy's making the right choice by cheating up to like get paint all in this area and threatening all this area. But there's just conflicting ideas. Like if y'all are just throwing bombs and you're not actively painting this area, you leave an opportunity for a player like, and like Volty, especially being a Carbon player, they go for these types of plays all the time. If they see like a little window of opportunity, they're not even thinking, they're moving forward and they're ready to go for a play. And like we had your sloshing machine over, well, technically they were like here, but like you and the Zap were just kind of like throw bomb, and we're just gonna kind of squid roll around a little bit. Like we're not being very like deliberate with how we're playing stuff. And like those things matter at this level. If y'all are moving backwards, it's because someone's trying to paint around here for special, but when you both have specials, there's no reason why you're not all on this plot and you're not following up the suction bomb that you throw, or you're not following up this toxic mist that you throw with more paint. Yo, take care, Reese. Take care. So like we can't have these lapses of like, I don't know what to do in this situation. You take control of this. You know, we have to watch up here, which they didn't have paint. We have to watch over here. They didn't have paint. You know, two of them have been alive for a while, so we have to know, okay, they're playing in pit. This wasn't painted either. So they're playing in pit. They're either sitting in pit, and like the only way for them to back up, like to make this play happen, is like they reroute themselves this way, which they're not going to do because it's a waste of time. They can push up here, which we'll visually see, and like our heavy can respond to that. Our sloshing machine over here can respond to that. But we have to know. Like if you and the Zap, like the bombs and the utility you throw over here is great, but you have to follow up the paint. Because if Zap is painting around this area and you're getting paint around this area, and you do a better job of this later on. But that one lapse, y'all worked so hard and had this incredible this incredible hold opportunity where you have special advantage. When you have special advantage and you're holding, that is like KO central, especially on this kind of match. Like this kind of map. Like we should be like, you know, something, either the enemy team has to like go crazy and have a great play, which again, I would say what Volti did is like, it's almost not y'all's fault. I do think like there's just wasted time where you can't see what's going on over here. But like this is just a very just top level awareness, speed. I almost can't fault y'all, but you know that you need to be watching it because you're throwing utility and everything. And it's such a small thing, but it's such a pivotal point in this entire match. If your heavy doesn't go down here, I'm pretty sure y'all are likely to KO. I think mechanically, like I think y'all are playing at orange team's level, if not better, throughout this game. Like during this match and probably the rest of the set, y'all are playing really well. If y'all hold this down, I think y'all just KO here. They don't have great ways to do that. Top left definitely matters, but this whole area at that time had no paint. Up until we saw the Zap visually over here painting. And you have to look at it from their team's perspective. Like who on their team is going to hold top left, you know? Like someone might be over here if they're like Kraken, like, you know, the setup that y'all had over here was like awesome. Where it's like we cooler and we Kraken over here. Kraken gives us space. You move over here so that you can start taking, you know, over here. That's definitely like a situation where like all this stuff kind of piles together. But like in a vacuum, like who's getting value up here? Like you can get beamed by a 96, but you're not going to win the game anyways if you're getting beamed by, like, you know, like if they have like the god RNG to just beam in those spots, it is what it is. But yeah, that is one thing that I've seen in a lot of like higher level play. I see them leverage this pit area a lot more than I would trust. Like the whole team isn't pushing through here, but a lot of times I'll see like Japanese teams have like at least like 2 people in this pit. Which I guess is reasonable because realistically you have to drop out through this choke point or over here. But I guess the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot more pressure that comes through this pit, either through here or through here, than I would normally think. So it's like extra important to like bunker that down. We had double bucket, so if someone went on the extremity, we can easily deal with it. We didn't understand that at the time. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. Again, like you're in a set with like a really good team, and y'all are playing really well. Like y'all are matching it, and yeah, it definitely seems like there was a little bit of getting caught up in the moment, which happens. You know, that's like it's just part of the process of you playing against top teams. Like that kind of happens, and then the next time you play against them, it's probably not going to happen as much, especially if you've like gone, you know, taken the time to go over and do like reviews and stuff. It's like you're not going to be as phased and you're going to have a better plan going into it. But yeah, no, you're totally good. But yeah, y'all have all of, exactly like you're saying, you have all the resources with the range advantage, 2 buckets, you know, good bombs. Y'all have all the tools you need to like KO here. Yeah, it's like every second matters. It's so cliche, but it is so important when playing against these teams. And if there are moments where it's like, I didn't really know what I should have done here. Sometimes that happens to me as like a splash. A lot of times I'm playing splash, and sometimes a zap too, where it's like, I don't know if I should have been like rotating to paint. Or I don't know if I should have been moving over to like take a fight. Like there was, I forgot what it was. There's some tournament we played Mako zones. And like I had one of those questions where it's like, I ended up trying to help a fight on right stack when we had control of mid, but like because I was like trying to fight and clean up the last person on right when they were already backed out, like I didn't have enough time to fully rotate all the way on the other side of the map to left. I didn't get paint in time. They got there before us, and that basically helped them retake. And so I was trying to figure out, like, obviously, like, I over committed too much in that specific example, but it's like, you know, should I have pushed that at all? Should I have thrown a bomb? Or like the second that we get 3 down, I just immediately rotate, you know, and like, cause all that little time of me holding forward, trying to chase the last person and autopiloting of like, oh, this is the last person, we can just collapse on them, and missing my assignment is what caused that like issue like 10-15 seconds later in the match. For you specifically, like, I think there's just a whole thing around like your specials as a whole. I think we need to be a little bit greedier on use, specifically like your positioning. Like, I think you could be positioned a little bit more forward behind like cover that's a little bit more forward in a lot of these situations. I understand the trade-off that you had. Like in these specific scenarios, I understand it a little bit more because we don't need as much value from the inkjets themselves. And so you're focusing on just making sure you get it out, make sure you stay alive. And just like you were saying, you're basically like confirming that you were going to finish this push so that you can retake zone and retake control of the map. Because if y'all can retake control of the map, y'all are in such a good position that it's okay to get less value on your inkjet as long as it confirms that part of the match. And I can understand that. So I'm not saying it's necessarily a mistake, but just looking at this match, and I don't really remember all of the other match. I think you were playing on Flounder, if I'm not mistaken, on that one. I could be wrong. I don't fully remember that replay just off the top of my head, but if it is a common theme for you to be like jetting over here when you have like when it's asked of you to run back into mid and like the fight after your inkjet is going to be in mid, like this distance here is like a problem, because again, this whole at the level that you're playing currently, like everything's a game of inches effectively. So I'd be careful about that. However, don't move into enemy paint. Basically in use, or like when you're in the air, when it's activated, you had a really nice setup and position here, and you like just were naturally moving forward, probably to like make sure you can get angles deep into here to continue the chip. But when this whole area here is painted the enemy color, like you don't want to infringe on that space. You're not always going to get punished for it, but it's a bad habit. So like when you're in the air, especially if you're not like, a lot of times you did a good job of like using cover around the map to get like extra hang time, so you're less likely to get punished. But especially when you start descending closer to, like if you're not playing on top of an object specifically, like you have to be extra careful in those situations because you can get punished by a lot of weapons, even like, you know, between your jumps, because you get a little bit of a bounce when you're jumping, but at some point you're going to come back down, and that's where you can get punished. And that happened a couple of times. One time you got like hard punished, but I think it's just something that we need to be mindful about the paint situation underneath us, making sure we're not overcommitting. And then the other thing with specials, I think in certain spots you want to like make sure that even as a tri-slosh, make sure that you're painting if LAN includes, yo, Knight. Welcome in, welcome in. Yo, Fennel, hello, everyone. Especially if it includes your inkjet as part of it. Well, welcome in, everyone. Or is it Nido Sprout? My bad. Either way, you're welcome in. Nice to see you all. Blackout Inferno, welcome in, welcome in. How is everyone? McSpoofy VP, hello. Tiger, hello. Pray hello. How was everyone? How was the stream? Get you a shout out. Playing art. Let's go. What art things were you all up to? I saw Fennel tweeting a little bit about it. Y'all were doing kind of some sort of, maybe they were just promoting. I don't know if y'all were collaborating during the stream or what was going on, but I'm interested to see your work. And also Doodle-thon. Wait, what the heck is a Doodle-thon? That's awesome. Oh, a Dono-thon. I see. Welcome in the Ruby. Hello. And also shout out to Fennel for the awesome emote that we were able to recently get in the chat. They did a wonderful job. But yeah, I appreciate it. I'm not an artist. You can tell by my handwriting that's happening on this right side. I have no craftsmanship, but this is a Splatoon. This is a Nintendo video game, and we take it more seriously than any person probably should. But I do a lot of like VOD reviews, kind of like coaching and stuff. We just we overanalyze the games and try to find some nuggets of value outside of all of it. Not cooler than emotes, but I appreciate it. So right now we're going over a tournament match that someone in the chat played against very high level players, and yeah, it's kind of what we're doing now. Splatoon has like a Splatfest going on. It's like your favorite ice cream between vanilla, strawberry, and mint chocolate chip. I went mint chocolate chip. But yeah, this is a pretty chill stream. I'm sure I am nowhere close to all the cool technologies that I see in all of the art streams. So I'm slow. The emote is like a slow dipping my toes into increasing the technology side of everything. But yeah, again, thank you so much for the raid. I definitely need to go back and check out all of the Doodle-thon stuff. I'm really interested. I'm not an artist myself, but I am very interested and love seeing art. Oh, do you play Splatoon? One day I'll play Splatoon again. Let's go. I'm here for it. Anytime you want to play, please let me know. We'll get something set up. But yeah, I think that just about wraps up this review. But yeah, there were a couple of times where you could have had special. Like I think when you're dropping out here, like when you had cooler Kraken play happening over here, you ended up dropping out and you were like 95% from your special. You could have built special when you were rotating this way a little bit more, and you also could have had it and like popped your inkjet over here to better fight for this area over here. But overall, this is really good gameplay. I talked about every second matter games, and this Splatoon is a game of inches, all the cliches, but that is exactly what happened without all of this. And you know, y'all should be very proud of your efforts. Unfortunately, you don't have the nice cool result for all of your hard work, but if y'all continue to keep getting reps in and y'all keep playing, I think y'all have like a very well-rounded comp. Yo, those stats are kind of sick. Good stuff. All around, I think y'all did well. It's just when you had control, we need to make sure we're doing everything to keep this this heavy alive. The heavy's kind of like the linchpin that keeps the holds together, because it gives us a significant range advantage against all of this. But awesome replay. Thank you. It was good stuff. Hoping to play Splatfest tomorrow? Nice. Did you choose a team? Or do you have a team in mind that you're looking to play with? I'm surprised, like, they do like a lot of the results, like they show some results during the Splatfest, and the numbers have been a lot closer than I expected. And there's also there's a lot more support for mint chocolate chip than I expected. Whatever the friends are doing, that's the responsible one. Vanilla? Nice. I think Vanilla's gonna take it. I'm hoping for mint chocolate chip to pull through by the end of it, but I do believe vanilla's probably gonna take it. Alright, let me get this next review queued up and ready. We have a Scrim from Penny, which I think I played against them, I think in Open at some point over the last couple of days, or maybe it was like their 4 stuff in Splatfest. I don't remember, but their name looks familiar. I don't know what their name is in the game, so we'll see. But I always love scrims. Oh, that is a different name. Never mind. I saw someone whose name was actually Penny in the game, so never mind. Although I feel like this name does look familiar as well, but that was not the person I was thinking of. Oopsie. I kind of spoiled the ending, but it's neither here nor there. Anyways, Mako clams, we are going to get into it. I need to get some water really quick, because when I talk a lot, my mouth gets really dry, and I need to go get water to continue to hydrate, but we'll get into it. A friend and I won 100x battle. Yo, Strawberry. Nice job. Wait, second Splatfest? So I again, I take this game way too serious. So like I'm in a community of a lot of very competitive people. And so people, you know, even for something as silly as a Splatfest, people are still playing like 10 hours a day, 8 hours a day. Some people were talking about like they played for like 6 hours or so and they never saw like 100x battle. So it's funny to hear that y'all got 100x battle as fast as you did. But nice, congratulations. I don't know, I think I won 100x battle a couple of Splatfests ago, but I've never seen the times 333. They have another level of all of that, but yeah, those things get very sweaty. Anyways, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water and we will get right back into all of the fun review actions. Also, really quick before I go, because if I don't do it now, I'm going to forget. Let me update. Just gonna use the name Aspen, because that's what they have in the game, and that'll be easier to relate to. Carbon Deco, and then this is a Scrim, and I think they said around Div 9 or 10, so a little bit newer, a little bit lower level. I'm really interested. Whenever I see lower level, my brain's always going to kind of how they decide to play objective. Are they not focusing on it enough? Are they overly focusing on it? A lot of times people either misplay around the objective or will be tunneling a little bit too hard on it. And then they said their goal is to win low ink. Nice. That's very exciting. And it's cool that they have like a consistent team, because it's really important to like keep learning the game and learning games with friends and people that you enjoy playing with. Don't play much Carbon. I really like to learn it as a pocket if possible. I'm interested in having it as an alternative to my other weapons. I see. Okay. So we might also be looking at some mechanical and just fundamental things with Carbon Deco, which I have Carbon Deco on my team, and I've watched quite a bit of Ulti, which we saw in that last game. So yeah, that should be good. Anyways, let me get some water and we will get into it. People have their competitive games of choice. I can never have that kind of energy. Yeah, I've always just been sucked into like the competitive aspect. I was always a kid that was into sports and stuff growing up. And then like the internet happened and it's like, oh, Xbox Live happened. Oh, I can play competitive at any time that I want to. This is incredible. And we can like, you know, I can play against, it's always like the experience that everyone has where it's like, oh, you're the best person on like your block or like at your school, which I was very much, although there was someone else I was really good at some of the games that I played growing up. But you know, I was one of the best at the school, and then it's like, oh, you play online. It's like, oh my god, everyone else is like really good too, and figuring that out. So I got addicted into the competitive spiral, and now I usually find like one game that I'm like hyper competitive on, and that's where I devote a lot of my time. I also like as I've gotten a little bit older and matured a little bit more. The cool thing that you see is like a lot of experience and knowledge from one game will carry over to another game. Like the experiences that I had in shooters that I played before carried over into the card games that I've played in the past and the MOBAs that I've played in the past, and the information that I've learned from there has carried over into fighting games that I've played, which has carried over into like stuff I'm doing in Splatoon, which is it's really interesting. And you also like there's a lot that you learn about yourself like outside of the game. Like you as a person, you as like, you know, some of it on like the competitive spirit, some of it like your own mentality, um, and the way that you like you treat things and things that, you know, may upset you or things that excite you or things that, you know, make you passionate. Been able to I'm still learning a lot about myself. I feel like your 20s are like where you like learn about yourself. So I'm probably continuing on for the rest of your life. But yeah, competitive games have been an interesting avenue to self-reflect, which has always been really interesting. A certain amount of festival claims to oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't play enough to get a lot of those claims. Usually sometimes like one or two. But yeah. I see. Gotcha. I appreciate that. I actually don't know how a lot of that stuff functions. Had my competitive energy beaten out of you by a friend who was too good at everything game wise, no matter what he touched. I was a sports person myself, but games got ego crushed by age 14. Oh no. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I think that's the other thing as well. And you see this a lot in basically every community. You can see it in like the Splatoon community as well, which is like it's good and bad, but it's like figuring out like what you're interested in and also finding people around you that because like the people around you when you're playing a game or learning a game can really dictate your feelings toward that experience. You know, if you have people that you really like playing with that are a little bit more casual, then you're probably going to be a little bit more casual. If they're very serious and everything, like, you know, if you vibe with it, then it probably is a nice match and it's something you're interested in. But if someone, you know, there's different mentalities, there's different weight. Like some people are also just like there's some people that are really good at stuff, and I don't know if this is like your friend. But like there's some people that I've played with. Like I want to be very competitive and I want to help other people improve, which is kind of why I'm in the situation I'm in. Um, but some people are like really good and they're just like mean about it. Like they're better than you and they want you to know that they're better than you. And it's just like it's always been a weird dynamic. Because I've always looked at competitive games and just like trying to improve at anything outside of games or, you know, whatever. It's like everyone's on like a journey. And like some journeys, you know, some people take a little bit slower to start figuring stuff out. And like everyone's on like these different trajectories and stuff, but you know, comparing yourself at your current time versus someone else who's had a completely different path is always just like a weird thing. But again, that's my boomer brain that's developed all of this wisdom as I've gotten older and dipped my toes into so many communities. Never intentionally mean, just blunt and a terrible teacher. That's fair. I've had many friends that when I was first playing fighting games, like they were just like ruthless. And they're like, I'm not gonna take it easy on you. You're gonna have to learn. And like, you know, if you end up ever beating me, which I never did, but like if you beat me, like, you know, I did not let you win. Like you totally earned it, but I never got to that point. They were too good. Some of my friends were too good. There was a time where I played like Guitar Hero and a lot of rhythm games, and like I thought I was decent, but they were always like just like perfecting like all songs on like expert difficulty. I'm like I'm not that good. I can play on expert, but I can't perfect like the crazy solos and everything. So, anyways, my mouth is dry. I'm gonna get water, BRB. But I appreciate the conversation, and again, I really appreciate the raid and all the support. Y'all are oh wonderful. And if the Doodlethon continues on, I would love to watch the rebroadcast, and if there's more to it in the coming days, I would love to hang out and kind of see what's up. Anyways, BRB. Alrighty. Alright, let's get back into it. So we are looking at the Carbon Deco. Again, like I normally do at the beginning, we go through both comps, general game plan. If there's anything map specific, which there always is, but you know, anything super major and glaring, I like to go through that as well. So when we look at our comp, we have a nice mix of like aggressive play with Dapples, support paint with Zap, and a nice midline threat with Nautilus. So we have a nice balance of things. My one concern potentially with this comp is a weapon like Carbon Deco is very greedy with the amount of paint that it needs to be able to excel. To be able to play the game that it wants, a lot of Carbon Deco, like its main game style, is like you play very greedy, very selfish, and like you need a lot of paint to have a lot of, you know, the more paint you have, the more options, the more avenues, which allows you to be more patient and find like the perfect high value opportunities that you can go for. So the less paint you have, the less options you'll have. If your team is in control, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But if your team starts losing control, you'll have to slow down a little bit in order to get that paint back up. So that's my only concern here. Is that if this was something a little bit more paint heavy, it would be kind of nice because Nautilus doesn't paint all that well. Zap paints really well. Apples is okay, but it probably wants to be a little bit more like aggressive in going in and stuff. The one nice thing about this whole comp in general is that we can constantly, like we have a nice mixture of different ranges. And like we should be able to, again, when we have the momentum, we can really start snowballing this match. But if we get stuffed at any point, then things can get dicey in a hurry. So that's like my one potential concern with all of this. Then when we look at the enemy team comp, we see quite a bit of mixture. They have good paint. They have aggro Tetra, and Tetra likes chip with like it either likes people playing with it, but it also just likes getting a lot of chip damage because it's going to be running into the enemy team quite a bit. And you know, something like a burst bomb from Splash helps a lot with that. The damage that something like Tri-Stringer, although it's not as consistent and as reliable, it can still help with this game plan. But they're going to be doing a lot of moving in with Tetra. Combine it maybe with a crab, combine it with a whale potentially, combine it with the whole team with Cooler. But you'll definitely have the more aggressive team. And something like Nautilus can deal with Tetra not too bad if it can be in a position where it's able to actually hold its own, basically. So I like our comp. I think I like our comp a little bit more, but I'm a little bit concerned about the lack of paint, which if we're in control the whole game, it's not really going to show. But if y'all get wiped, it'll be interesting to see how that paint dynamic is. Yeah. I think the biggest thing with Mako clams, like the map mode as a whole, is that playing for, I mean, it's Mako, every Mako mode is very dependent on playing around these stacks. You know, if you're defending, it's really important to hold your left stack. If you're trying to score, it helps a ton to be able to take control of your right stack. Because if you can hold the right stack, then like Nautilus can play on this stack, they can push a little bit more aggressive. You know, they have the flexibility to get into ranges to really punish this team. So, and that's the other thing as well, is like getting paint for Nautilus is important as well. So there's we might be a little bit starved for paint, but we'll see how it goes. So yeah. Usually carbon at the beginning of the match, because there isn't a lot of paint, often we have to play it a little bit slower, which you're kind of doing now, getting some paint. Forcing, you know, like looking for opportunities, but not overcommitting at any point. Your team is able to find picks, which is good. Yeah. So I like your patience. And then I think at a certain point we get to like, I like the patience, although if someone's watching you, they probably know you're here because you just collected a clam. So that's a little bit scary. But I like your patience here. I'm a little bit concerned of trying to move forward in enemy ink. I'd rather us just like sit where we were at before, or like move backwards, move toward your team. This is a little bit too risky, especially when your zap just went down. So I would not go for this play. When y'all get those 2 picks at the beginning, so when y'all get 2 picks like this, as a team, you should be looking at, and like as a team, you should be discussing, because if you're doing a scrim, I'm assuming everyone's using voice comms. But we want to know like how close everyone is to special. And we have to also know like what specials are we using to like push in. Rain is really good to take space. Like you can rain over the rate stack and start pushing it. Cooler in general is nice. Y'all are going to be playing a pretty fast game play. Like play fast. So like Cooler helps kind of elevate that game plan. Reef Slider can help take space, and Zuka is nice sometimes as a poking tool. But I think we should have a plan on like our specials. Honestly, we don't have any like stellar specials to really play around with, which is a little bit slightly concerning, but as a team, we should, you know, we still have enough specials, and especially when we get 2 down, we should know, like we should be playing off of a Zap, like Zap should be having Cooler either already or very soon, 22 seconds into the game. But, you know, play around Cooler, play around Zap, even, you know, let's push with Reef Slider or something. Like, I just want to have some sort of game plan for all of this. Because, like, what's Zap? Oh, Zap just went down to the roller. But this is where, like, we don't need to force these types of plays. Oh, I didn't change the thing. I'm going to go yellow again with the color. I forgot to change color lock. But, like, going for these aggressive plays when your team isn't set up for it is a recipe for disaster. You can just shark over here. You know, you can route back into mid, sit somewhere like here, and if someone pushes through mid like this person, you can chase after them. If there are people that sit on top of the stack, then you can play around these walls and look to jump on them and punish them. But we just get a little bit overzealous. Especially, like, I don't like going for this play in general, but especially not after our teammate gets splatted. I like us continually moving because there's like Petra and other threats potentially around us. Nice continuation. Oh, another Reef Slider. Okay. I'm gonna take a second just because this play has been going on for a bit. I don't want, after the splat, I want to go over a couple of different pieces to all of this. So getting the pick is nice. Again, you see people behind you, so I'm okay with you just kind of repositioning. That way you don't get caught. this is a little bit aggressive, but again, I said it in a previous review, we don't respect Tri-Stringers until they give us an option to do that. And I think mechanically you play that about as well as you can. That's kind of it's a little bit of a stretch to move into enemy ink like that, but I think I don't know if I necessarily would have fully committed to that, but you played that about as well as you could have. The one thing I do want to mention here, you get that pick and like your whole team is back up and y'all can start looking to push. Like this pick is really important because now they have 0 range. And like you painted, like you got the pick so deep into their base and you like painted all the way over here. Like you have this little avenue over here, this right street is so important, A, for the enemy team to paint, but if you have it painted, there's so many opportunities that you can like go for. Like that play that you're going for before, if you had this extra paint, like you can play over here on this, like you can play all along this wall, you can threaten the flank behind them. Like I want you to, that idea you tried out earlier, but you just didn't have enough paint, you didn't have the teammates. After you get this pick, that play you're going for before is like really, really good. So I'd like to see you like look for this type of play again. You can route back around, get into their freezer, and now we have a flank on these people. And this is like the big play potential of a Carbon Deco. And I want us to focus on that. The two things that I'm seeing you do instead that I don't like. One is that you're playing like high ground and like you really want to be stealthy. The scariest Carbon Deco is the one that you don't know where they're at any given point. And like when you use your special, like you have to give away your position because that's just how the special works. But I don't think we need to go for the special now. I think we have all of this room over here. We have a numbers advantage because this person's still coming in. Like we want to do Sharky Carbon Deco things. But like you have 5 clams and you're like, I think you went back to your stack initially to like pick up, there's like some clams and stuff over here. It feels like you're trying to like make a ball or something. But like we don't want to focus on, basically Carbon like never needs to do objective. If you can get clams and stuff, and sometimes you can make a ball, just because of a lot of these maps are really small. So like the geometry and the pod spawns of the clams make it so that sometimes you just very quickly can make a ball, and that's fine. But when you have all of this room to work with and like a little bit of room over here, you do not want to do objective. Like I mentioned at the beginning, Carbon Deco is a very greedy weapon. And a greedy weapon means that like your team is relying on you to find these opportunities. And like they understand, you know, when you have a big paint differential like in your favor, and if you're able to move forward and be in these scary positions, they want to be able to play around it. In this spot, they don't really want to play around like Trizuka and stuff. Like Trizuka, you can kind of just throw out whenever, but you'd be a lot scarier if you were like kind of sharking and just this omnipresent threat all around the map. So I think there's a bit of a missed opportunity there. And again, we don't want to be on the high. Like if we just keep shooting shots up here, like, you know, throw paint, throw burst bombs and stuff, like they don't have, like there's so many areas that they don't have to worry about. If you watch Volty play Carbon, which Volty is probably the best Carbon in the game right now that at least I'm aware of, when they have like the paint over here, like they're always actively trying to get, and like when you have all this paint over here, they're always looking for an excuse to like get to the very front of their paint line. So like in this type of situation, like get off the stack, like move into this type of position, like just shark like up here. They don't really, like they're not going to know you're here. And if you need to back out, you know, you can back through. But this is like where having paint and having all those avenues are really important. Because constantly, like the thing that Volty does when I watch their Carbon is they're constantly like, they're always moving around all their paint. So they'll be hovering around mid, they'll be hovering around this left block, they'll be hovering back here if they have the room for it. Like they're constantly moving because they want to be unpredictable. We talked about it in a previous review of like weapons that are like chaotic, and like Carbon's a very chaotic weapon. So you want to be like this scary threat. And the fact like the threat of Carbon is often more scary than like the Carbon itself. You're not always going to get triples and like these huge plays, but you always want to put yourself in situations to threaten the ability to get a double. And if you're just going to sit on top of left stack and like throw bombs and just shoot random shots, like you don't have that threat and they don't have to be scared of you. And so they can start, for example, like they can start pushing their right stack, not having to fear you because, oh, they're over there and they're not a threat now. Versus like, oh, are they around mid? Like they have to waste so much time painting and everything because they're paranoid that you could be running up on them or the rest of their team. And it only takes like one, like if you're a Carbon player and you can get like one like big play, like one triple or something and throughout an entire match, that can be enough to win the game for your team. You're not always going to have massive plays, but you want to always put yourself and think about the game in a way to try to find those plays. If you don't look for them, they're not going to come to you, basically. So again, I like you playing this right side. It's really good. Really quick, when they pop the crab, I think the way you played it is fine. Like, they crab so far back that like they can't even hit shots on the rest of your team. So you backing up here is like totally fine. I'm okay with it. In other situations where they do crab in this type of situation, look for this aggressive play. Like you can start moving forward, just throw like the fastest way you can continue to move forward is just like throw a burst bomb onto your feet. It'll give you like a big puddle of paint that you can use. And you can flank around and like get a free pick on this person. It is a risk, but even if they see you, they have to like go into ball form and turn around. And like you don't have to fully commit to this. Like there's a bunch of ledges for you to shark underneath. So you can still play safe if they do see you, but if they don't, then it's like a huge, again, that's a huge swing. If like they're using crab and we immediately like shut that down. But contextually for this play, I'm okay with you backing up simply because this crab is out of range to do anything. It can't hit your team at all. So there's no point in like dealing with it if it's just going to be over here and just paint a little bit. Like it's going to paint worse than what the normal splash main weapon will do. Yo, what's up, Sage? Hello, hello. I'm doing pretty well. I was definitely sick earlier, but I'm feeling a little bit better now. I have some caffeine in me, so I feel good. How was your I only was able to catch the very end of the Dapple tournament, but how did your experience go with the German championships? Hopefully it went well. I forgot how many good German players there are. Both teams and just like individual players. Because that was a stacked tournament. I have to go back and watch all of the German tournament and all of the French tournament. I wasn't able to catch all of it. I only caught the tail end of it, but hopefully you had a good time. I think that Reef Slider is probably a little bit overzealous. I don't think the team was ready to push with it. So I want to look at this push again from a higher level. Lost round 2, played against one of the best German teams. Gotcha. Yeah, there's no shame in that. No shame at all. There's that tournament was stacked. It was also interesting because there was a lot of players on teams that I'm like, I didn't even know they were German. Like I played against some of them in tournaments and I knew that they were EU because like I don't see them in other like I only see them during like the weekend tournaments, which is the only time I really see like EU teams because that's the only time it works for their time zone. But I didn't know they were like all German. So yeah, no, there was a lot of good teams throughout that entire situation. So I totally get that. Hopefully you had a good time. Just woke up, holy. I'm glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully you've been enjoying the Splatfest so far. So we'll start with the Reef Slider here. But again, as a team, I'm trying to understand like what the full play that we're trying to do is here. Because like we have a numbers advantage here. We don't have to like special in. If we do want to use Reef Slider, there's craftier and cooler ways of using it. But like Reef Slidering here, it's a very predictable play and it gives the enemy team time to like back out. And like this person can get immediately punished because they're out in the open after they do it. I think as a team, you probably can just, again, as I was saying at the top, pushing and taking control of this raid stack is really important to get a good score. So I would like as a team for us to start pushing this. And if you want to, you know, we take control of this top area. At this point, if we want a Reef Slider like this back area while the rest of our team's in position to score, then I'm more okay with that. But we don't really have an idea ready. And this is a common thing for like newer players or like newer competitive players where it's like, oh, we have our special. Like, oh, I have a full special, so I'm just going to like use it. And we want to be a little bit more deliberate with how we approach this. Player was banned for playing on a second account. Oh my goodness. I never understand I feel like the risk reward is never worth for those situations. But yeah, like we use the special, we're not threatening the stack, we're just like playing in front. And again, like we're looking for these far picks, but we don't have control of the raid stack. Fortunately, our Nautilus is able to find the pick, but like we never structurally like establish ourselves. Oh no. Yeah, I know you were did you end up hitting 25? I know you were killing it yesterday. Either way, you should get a very high. You got 25? Nice, congrats. I'm actually interested to see how high of a rank that you end up getting. You'll definitely get top 100. You might get like top like 30 or so, top 20 potentially. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out on the leaderboard after it's done. Yeah, the emo is great. I love it. But yeah, going back to the game, there's like we're constantly like, this is just like a fight pit basically. Like we're all just like fighting and just a lot's happening. We're trading back and forth all in this area versus like, again, if we hold these types of positions, we can get paint around these areas. We can look to special once we have height advantage, and then we can push in with that. You know, ideally we want to get our Nautilus sitting on top of the stack using high ground to be able to poke at this person, to be able to poke at people up here potentially. They can like jump on them. You know, they can just keep control of anyone that wants to drop and stop this push from happening. And then if y'all get a bunch of picks, then they can like come around and like they can be like, this is like lockout position. They're not normally going to sit here, but like Nautilus can be over here and just like threaten everything. But I don't see a cohesive play in mind. And it's really important. It's probably the biggest thing we'll continue to go through, but probably the biggest thing with all of this is that we want to have cohesion and like a unified plan. And when you're a newer team, your plan isn't going to be perfect, and that's okay. Your plan can suck and be awful and it just doesn't work, and that's fine. But you need like a base and a starting point to iterate off of, to improve off of, and to continue to refine. It doesn't matter what that starting point is, but we need to have a starting point. And so far, with the couple of pushes that we have, we're not sure what we should be doing as a team. And part of that process is understanding on the map what's important. You know, if we're attacking, what do we want to push? You know, we get 2 down. How do we want to take control of the map? Immediately take control of the on the wall over here and look to jump on them. You can if they're not on the stack already, as a carbon, you can play in front and you can start playing like under this ledge. You can look to potentially push anyone that's sitting on TP, because when the enemy team spawns in, it's very common that like a backliner or someone on their team is going to want to hold this type of position because they can like drop and defend and watch this way and defend and throw bombs on this. But identifying like the important parts of the map that we need to hold in order to have a big push. Like in order for us to have big pushes consistently, we need to like be able to visualize of like, what does a big push even look like? And I don't see a unified approach that incorporates the entire team so far. But I will say mechanically, y'all are playing, you know, very well. Again, love the patience. Oh, that's tough. No worries though, teammates got your back. Should be able to jump in. But I do want to see you playing like a little bit less on the stack itself. Yeah, I love like they're not punishing you for playing on this right side, so keep attacking it. This is like the best place that you can play. Over time, teams might adapt, and if you always are going on this right side, then they might, you know, they might have someone ready for you and ready to punish you for being there. But until they do that, this is excellent. Yeah, I was gonna say, you have to be careful about where you're landing, like where you're sitting, because you're marked because of the tacticaler. But yeah, you're different. The vertical flicks are crazy. Nice. Yeah, and again, just different ideas here. You have so much time. Yeah, I was surprised that the numbers are as close as they are with between all the different teams. So like you get this pick. I'm fine with you helping clean up this Tetra. After this happens, you have, I actually don't know how much time this clam basket, like, I don't know how much time this full thing is, but it has to, I think it's 10 seconds. I think this whole thing is 10 seconds, like 8 to 10 seconds. But there's so much time. You have so much time. Don't get in, this is like, again, this is a problem with like, I make this mistake very often. There's clams here, we have a clam here, you know, we already have a clam. It's so tempting to just want to pick these up and try to score as many as we can, get this number as low as possible, and then we're happy. Over time, we need to refine that thought process. And especially when there's a bunch of whales and stuff happening and like your teammates are already here, we want to look for an alternative approach. The enemy team is going to want to focus on your teammate. So instead of playing into that and just allowing yourself, yeah, maybe we get an extra claim or two, but we immediately are going down. Instead, just go for this type of flank, or you can go around this way. But like go behind these people, look for an opportunity. Or you can like just sit here and shark, or move back, play over here. But if you can potentially catch the enemy team off guard after this defense, instead of just trying to score as many clams as possible, it allows over time, because if your entire team goes down here, then the enemy team they can take their stack for free, they can paint mid for free, and they can potentially even start taking right stack for free. And so you're giving up the entire map for like 1 or 2 clams, which with this amount of time left is just never worth it. Like your whole team is just wiping. Like y'all got more claims than you probably should have in this situation, but even still, those extra 12, 15 points, not worth it. That's unfortunate. Honestly, that was unfortunate. I do want to see, because I saw you like kind of slowly approaching into mid, but I'm interested to look at that from your actual POV and see how that looks. Yeah, I love you just immediately trying to take this space. I probably wouldn't drop from the right side because they might be able to see you drop when they're in mid. Like I would look to maybe drop in the freezer initially and then just swim up so that you get more value and there's less likely a chance that they see you. But I like you sitting in this spot and taking it in. I think you get a little bit, I think you autopilot on this specific opportunity. Because if you just sit here and wait, because you know the enemy team wants to start taking right stack, they want to start moving forward. Like you can see if you just sit in this area, you get a free pick on this person and you're still behind cover. Like this is completely free. But we're a little bit too fast, which a lot of times in this game you've been playing very patient. So it's just a consistency thing. But don't feel the need to take that first play. Again, you want to be greedy, you want to be patient. Make whatever play you have count. Teammates are able to clean up, which is nice. Enemy team themselves are like, this person is over committing to the objective. Yeah, like this, I love this. This is like the exact play that I want you to be doing more often. This is fantastic. You're not focused, like you didn't go for these claims over here. You're not going for the score. You're on the hunt. You move up as much as you can with your paint and you're looking to punish someone. This is like perfect. And if you had more paint, you could continue to move and potentially move back. But you know, you're working with the paint that you have. This is beautiful. The one thing I would say, when you see this person, you have to trust your horizontal flick. At this range, it's a one shot. I think should be. So two things I would say, like jump vertical flick is not, this is just very dangerous. And it requires like high mechanical prowess from you. Like we don't want to have to like hit this shot. Like part of playing Carbon is like easy pick opportunities. And you position yourself perfectly for the easy pick, but we should have just gone for the horizontal flick. Like horizontal here is like perfect. Versus vertical flick has a lot of room for error. The other thing that I see someone like Volti do a lot, and you should have a full tank right now. I can't see your tank, but I assume you have a full tank. When you're going for these types of picks, lead in with a splat or a burst bomb. So like burst bomb like this area here, and then go for the horizontal flick. And it's just like guaranteed kill. There's just so much chip, even if it's not perfect execution, it's just like super consistent, super fast. And that extra burst bomb, after you get this pick, it gives you more room to be able to swim around. It gives you a bigger puddle. Like you'll get significant paint by spotting this person, but you know, if you don't get the spot on the person for whatever reason, or you know, whatever the case is, like that burst bomb gives you more paint to work with. It does more chip. In general, it's just a good habit to get into. But this whole setup, like, you know, using the score as bait, moving forward, taking as much space as possible, finding this pick and going for it, perfect. But I wouldn't go for the jump flick here. It's just like too difficult for, you're putting extra pressure and difficulty on yourself for no reason. But like, it seems like you're very confident in your vertical flicks, but be careful. And yeah, this is a perfect opportunity of like why we use burst bomb, like a perfect example, I should say. of why it's important to get the burst bomb down first. Like right here, we can like, at this point, we can get out of ink. Burst bomb here, vertical flick here. We're chilling. Like we miss this, not because they know we're here, but because we didn't stop their paint in the first place. And that's like the burst bomb also helps with that as well, is that it reduces the amount of movement the person can have, which like this person can start rolling, but again, the extra chip along with the vertical flick all helps. So get into the habit of getting that burst bomb down first. I appreciate the entertainment from going for the, the roll there. And the other thing as well, if you do find yourself in one of these weird spots where like things don't turn out as you expected, or, you know, in certain spots you might go for risky plays. You might go for a risky play and the enemy team like just paints over that area and they like, you know, they remove your movement. At this point, either squid roll away, but the other thing that you can do in a lot of spots, just burst bomb your feet. Just like throw a burst bomb at your feet and just look to reposition. Like you can burst bomb your feet and go backwards. You can go this way, you can go this way. Like the burst bomb at your feet gives you the ability to move in any direction. Shotless alternative levels yesterday? Interesting. Nice, nice. But again, like you're giving yourself, you're making your life a lot more difficult with Carbon than it needs to be. And in most cases you're executing, but you want to make things as easy on yourself as possible. Nice try. Again, love the patience. We see this person dropping on the left side and we're more focused on this pick than trying to score. You made that you made this mistake where you focused objective, probably because you're closer to the basket. Also, welcome in, Jared. Yeah, if you need any help getting the replay submitted, let me know. But yeah, totally free and anyone can do it. Just submit the replay code in the replay channel and I will definitely get to it. Thank you, thank you. But you've done a lot of good jobs, like saying, you know, instead of I need to do objective because the basket's open, you're saying I can use the objective as bait, and this is probably a good opportunity for me to find picks. And I like that more often than not, you're using that approach. There's still a time where you like tried to score claims when I don't think you should be, but otherwise I think you've been playing this very, very well. That should basically be GG. Oops. There it is. So, and we get the score. Yeah, that's it. So overall, really, really good stuff. I think I was pleasantly surprised with your mechanics on the Carbon Deco as a whole, especially for you just trying to learn it. You're very, I wonder if you played roller before, because you're very confident with a lot of your vertical flicks and a lot of like just aiming and stuff with roller, like is very, very good. So kudos on that. You're hitting a lot of vertical flicks that I wouldn't necessarily expect. I certainly couldn't hit them. So kudos to you there. But there's little things that a more experienced, again, it's about making your life easier. You don't want to have to hit like vertical flicks all the time. So there's a couple of different places that we'll go with this. I'm gonna switch back to red. The first thing, and again, this isn't necessarily in order, but just to kind of talk through, oops, mechanics. The burst bomb plus horizontal. So lead with a burst bomb, then use a horizontal flick when people are just like swimming toward you. Like when you're going for those really nice shark plays. It'll make your life so much easier, and it makes those plays super consistent. When the when the Tetra rolls away in certain spots, like when they swim past you and then they're able to start rolling and everything, you shut that down by getting the burst bomb initially, because people can't react to not having paint. They don't have to react if you miss your stuff, which sometimes you won't miss it, sometimes you will miss it. It's just, you know, again, it's about increasing the consistency of all the play. And then is there anything else? I don't know. I think in general, like you just use your vertical flicks more than you probably needed to. Like they were very good, you know. The quality of your vertical flicks were nice, but I think the decision making around it, I would opt to use the horizontal flicks a little bit more. Ideally. Is there anything else like mechanical specifically that I think that's kind of the biggest thing? Yeah, I think in general it's just like just gonna say horizontal is greater than vertical, like close range. Second thing with positioning, I would say like stay. Often you want to stay low. Stay hidden. Be that omnipresent, which I did not spell that right, I'm sure. How close was I? Oh, there's no C. Okay. Oopsie. C. So you want to be an omnipresent force, ideally on the map. Depending on the paint situation, you may not always be able to do that. But when you have space to maneuver, like don't sit on top of left stack and like just like throw bombs and paint and like pretend that you're like a support player. In certain cases you may have to, but when you have other teammates that are also on the stack and there's enough paint in mid for you to like have the ability to, you know, sit here, move around over here, move around over here. Like when you have more options, like take those options, get back into like the ink and start being, you know, kind of start masking where you mask where you're at, mask your intentions of where you're trying to go, and get to that point where like the enemy team is scared to do anything, because at any point you can pop out and get multi kills. That threat is more important. Like the threat of you is more important and scary than like what you are actually as a Carbon. Carbon's still actually very scary, but the threat of you makes you so much scarier. And we want to leverage that whenever possible. And again, the second half of the game, you were killing it. Playing on this wall when you needed to, moving up paint lines as much as you could, sharking in this spot when the enemy team is starting to be able to move forward. The execution on some of those plays we can work on, but the ideas, which are the more important part about all this, is the idea behind everything. You were nailing, so definitely huge kudos there. The way you think about the game, I was super impressed. Being new to the weapon and you know, with like the div or whatever, which whatever, but you're playing way above like your thought process behind everything is way higher than Div 9, Div 10. So you are well on your way to, you're probably going to need a lot more experience, a lot more reps, but you are well on your way. The other thing that I would say, and we're going to just kind of move it randomly in the middle, because we don't have space, is objective. Don't just die for like 1 to 2 clams. Like you always want to be fighting. That's the thing. Like if you're like trying to be sweaty with the game and trying to be competitive, you always want to make it so the enemy team has to earn a splat on you. You want them to have to like work hard to get whatever pick you're going for. Like, you know, if they're gonna get a pick, even if you're low, like when you're sitting over here, even if you're low and there's a whale on you, when the enemy team only has shooters in this situation, and they're like sitting here and here, like them getting a pick on you is really difficult. If you move over to this side, like you have a good view on them and they can't just push you. And if they start pushing you, you can push back if you need to, or you can go back into this position. Again, this is where you can be that omnipresent threat. But it's really important to make them fight for that. Wasting their time, potentially, you know, repositioning for a pick. But like when the rest of your team is going down and it's just like 2 of you and then they go down, if you're, or I think technically these 2 were down. Dapples ends up getting a few more, but like both of y'all end up feeding. And in this situation, you can stall them. You don't have to even get picks, but you can just stall them by like sitting here and like they have to waste time to like deal with you. And that gives your teammates time that got splatted to like swim back in and be able to fight for mid. And like the extra 15 points that you got, which on average is more than you would normally get in those situations, but those extra points are just never worth it. Just focus on like, obviously never, sometimes 1 or 2 clams in like the final push of the game will make the difference. But when there's like 2 minutes left, it's never worth it. Focus on staying alive, focus on like map control. And because if you have map control, then you can like immediately threaten a push after the first one. Like people are always scared that, oh, we got the basket open. I don't know if we're ever going to get the basket open again. And a lot of that is almost like self-fulfilling because you're not focused on like map control. So I would definitely recommend like just, especially when you have a lead, you don't have to like maximize your score. Find a balance between get scores in if you can, but stay alive and make sure, like ideally after you score, regardless of the points or anything, if you can hold mid, like if your team can hold mid at the end of your push, you're in such a strong position. And a lot of people they just assume that, okay, when a push is done, okay, now it's time for the enemy team to like be the one to start pushing us. Like you don't have to wipe after pushing. It's a common trope in lower level play that, you know, oh, we're pushing the tower, we get as many points as we can, we wipe, now the enemy team gets their turn. And you don't have to play by those rules. Maybe 1 or 2 of your teammates die to break open the basket, but in the meantime, the rest of your team's able to hold mid. They give jumps to those teammates that got splatted, and then your team is back in full force, and you already have mid control, and the enemy doesn't get a turn to play the game. And when you have a lead, you want to avoid the enemy team being able to have a turn at the game, you know? You don't want to have this fair back and forth kind of thing. If you can stop the enemy team from ever being able to play offense, do that. It's an important concept. I think people just assume that when you score, like that's that. So just keep that in mind. again, this is just something that everyone does, and the community needs to like snap out of it. Don't maximize your push by getting 1 or 2. Like, don't throw away your life for 1 or 2 extra points. Depending on the situation, 1 or 2 extra points may give you a lead, and in certain cases, you having the lead can like be this big. It might be important in certain contexts, but in most contexts, especially when there's like 2 minutes left, 3 minutes left, like it's never worth it. And I think that's it. I need to set a timer for the check-in. Yeah. That's exciting. You said you're playing with your friends, right? I should be a good time. So anyways, yeah, I think that's it. But for the most part, I was very impressed with the way that y'all played that. So definitely kudos. But there's little things you can do to make your life easier. There's things you can do, you know, like when you have an advantage, really be able to push it. And I think for you right now, it's about working on the consistency, because there's sometimes where you really do this well, and there's sometimes you force. And I think it might be panic, it might be just like not sure of what the game plan is. But I think as a team, like a lot of the stuff I went through was like stuff for you specifically. But I think as a team, probably the biggest thing that I could say is like we need to plan. We don't have great specials, which I think is like, we don't have as much paint, and we don't have as many good specials as I would like to see in comps. Which I think it's not going to be a problem where you're at now, but it could potentially be problematic later. Just because it makes your life harder. Like if y'all are playing the weapons you're enjoying, then play the weapons you enjoy. But if you're looking to, you know, optimize, I at least want to point it out. I'm not saying you need to change your comp, because again, enjoy yourself. Especially, you know, with your goal of winning low ink currently, like it does not matter what comp you play. You can play as long as each person is individually, like if they understand how to play their weapon and they understand how to play the match, it does not matter what you play. You can get away with some silly stuff. But if you do get up to like, if people flex a lot of different weapons and y'all are comfortable with playing other stuff, there's definitely some pain issues and some special issues. And a lot of times when you're trying to coordinate a game plan, having good specials can help simplify that. Not that you need them, but again, it's the same thing as the burst bomb into horizontal flick that I was talking about before with Carbon Deco, where like having good specials just makes your life easier. You don't have like the degree of executing well with these specials is very high with like your main weapon and getting value out of these specials. But if you have something like Inkjet currently, if you have something like Crab, if you have something like a Booyah Bomb or Tri-Strike, or missiles, like there's a lot of specials in the game that you don't have to try super hard to get a ton of value. But like things like Trizuka, things like Reef Slider, these are a little bit easier to use, the Rain and the Tacticaler, but you know, you have to really, as a team, you have to work so hard to just like maximize the value on these, and you might want to make your life a little bit easier, ideally. Yeah, overall really good stuff. Like I said, y'all are on the path. Just keep playing tournaments, keep playing, you know, scrims. Y'all are on the right path to continue to improve. I think y'all are super chilling. I would like to, if y'all are like a consistent team, which a lot of y'all, I think y'all had matching tags, so I would imagine so. Not that you need to have a VOD where you lose, but I would like to see the next VOD that y'all have be like y'all really pushing yourself. And we can start seeing, you know, the cracks form in like the team comp, or, you know, some of the decisions that we make and some of the little timing windows that we have are like smaller and smaller. You know, so ideally like a tournament VOD, or just if you're able to find a scrim that's, you know, likely a higher level of skill and coordination than what your team has currently. I would like to see you all in that tougher environment and see how you all perform. I think that'll be a little bit more eye-opening to it all, but I think right now y'all are on a great path, so really, really, really good stuff. We love to see it. So anyways, speaking of love to see, I need to go to sleep. And yeah. Oh, I appreciate all of the support. Again, I wanted to stream a little bit earlier today. Maybe I can stream a little bit earlier tomorrow. I wanted to stream earlier today, but I was like, well, there was a tournament that happened, but like immediately after the tournament, I just started like vomiting. And so I delayed for a little bit and I felt miserable. So I apologize. I wanted to get on earlier. We need to keep pumping through these reviews, but yo, Ruby, thank you so much for the follow. And best of luck with other potential 100x matches in your near future. But yeah, again, like the quality of like reviews and like, I don't know, like we've been getting into like really interesting discussions and stuff that I've like really appreciated. So I appreciate all the conversation. Appreciate just kind of talking with you all with everything, seeing how y'all are enjoying the game, enjoying the Splatfest. Like, I don't have a lot of fun playing the Splatfest myself, but I get a lot of enjoyment with like sharing stories and like talking with you all about it, and you know, playing with you all. Thank you again, sons, wherever you may be in the world right now, for playing with me a little bit earlier. Thank you as well to all of the new people. Probably a lot of them through the Nitosprout raid. So thank you so much. Nice to see you all. Very much appreciated. And yeah, that is all I have. I should have a pretty decent sized stream tomorrow. Again, I'll probably be cutting off replays soon. I need to see how many replays are left. Honestly, I might cut off replays like now, like today or tomorrow, because we're really close to the new patch and they're not going to, like, I don't want someone to submit something that's not going to get reviewed, and I feel like we're really close to the patch, and I don't know how much more of a load I can take. So if anyone's here now that wants to submit a review, also welcome in Bubba Doggy. Hello. If you want to submit a review, definitely go for it. But probably like after tomorrow, I would guess, I'll probably just like lock the replay thread until the new patch is out. Just because every time there's a patch, they like erase all of the old replays. So, you know, if someone submits a replay like the day before the patch comes out and I can't get to it, like I'll never be able to review it. So I think we're hitting the timing window where there's enough replays for me to be able to go through them. And yeah, so I'll probably cut that off and make a little bit of an announcement in the replay thing. Once the new patch is out, we'll open it back up, because it's kind of like a clean slate. But I felt really bad last time. I didn't know when the patch actually was downloaded, because it came out before the actual new content was out, and there was a lot of reviews that people had that just got shut off, and I felt really bad, and I don't want to make that mistake again. So I know the weeks, at least for the next little bit, because like there's just been a lot of change in my life. It's going to be a little bit before I get into like a very consistent routine. So in the meantime, I just want to make sure that I give myself enough time for all that, because I have so many ideas when it comes to, you know, reviews and replays. There's so many ideas I have for videos, a lot of it because of the feedback and just all the stuff you know, all the conversations we've been able to have and all the footage we've been able to analyze. It gives me a lot of great ideas for videos, and I haven't been able to get those out. So That's something that I'll be working on, but anyways, I'm gonna move you all over to Amy. Amy should be up for a bit. Oh, they're playing in the tournament stuff. Oh, nice. This is an Australian tournament that's happening right now. So go support Amy. Hopefully I can get this. I'm going to finish the raid because they might be in the middle of a match soon and I don't want to distract it all. So again, appreciate everyone. Thank you so much. Stay hydrated, stay kind to yourself, be kind to others. Best of luck on your respective teams and your respective games in the Splatfest. Unless you're playing against me, then hopefully I win. But otherwise, I will see you all soon. And yeah, take care.